JHD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah! 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Live on a Monday edition of the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, hope you had a good weekend. We got a lot to dive into today. Looking forward to a good show today. Hopefully you enjoyed your weekend. But let's get into it. Phillies, of course, down in Atlanta. They take 2 out of 3, and it's like all you can think about is the Saturday game, right? Isn't that how things work? They crushed the Braves on Friday night, a laughable game, one that got you to bed early if you wanted to go. It was 11-0 in the fourth inning, and you're like, okay, I've had enough. Last night, or yesterday afternoon, I should say, they didn't have the Sunday night baseball game last night, but they win a great game, 2-1, well pitched. I say a great game, they had no offense, but a game that you're like, 2-1, they win. But it's the Saturday game that sticks out, isn't it? Spencer Schwellenbach, 12 strikeouts on a night that you looked feeble offensively. That's the night that sticks out. It's not the 2 wins that stick out. It's Saturday's game, isn't it? Or am I just the only one thinking that way? Is everybody else like, no, they took 2 out of 3 in the series. They're a game and a half up. They're in first place. Or do you ultimately say, it's that Saturday game, Mike. It's the Saturday game. We're on the same page here. How do you guys feel about it? Let me know. 609-403-0973. That's how you get involved in the conversation today. Because it's the Saturday game that pops up in October. It's the Saturday game that we remember all too well. Strikeout, overmatched. And Spencer Schwellenbach is a good pitcher. He's not an ace pitcher. But he was good enough on Saturday night to make you look inadequate. And we all know the problems that this team has. They're well documented. They're all over the place. But you go back to Saturday night and you say, 12 strikeouts on a night where the guy's just dealing. Now, that happens from time to time. It does. You're going to have a night where the pitcher just has his stuff and you just are overmatched. But it comes on a night where the night before you scored 11 runs, or 13 runs, excuse me. It was 11 when you all went to sleep. But on this night, Schwellenbach, 7 innings, 12 strikeouts, 1 walk, Swiss cheese he went through the lineup like. And it's the fact of the matter of, all the time, you have that night that always sticks out. And that night, 6-1, Saturday night, surely sticks out to me more than a 13-1 win or the 2-1 win yesterday. Alec Boehm, 2 strikeouts. Nick Castellanos, 2 strikeouts. Max Kepler, thanks for playing. Real Muto, 2 more. Stott, 2. Turner, 2. I mean, think about that. In the lineup, the 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 hitters struck out twice each. Non-competitive at-bats for most of the evening. Now, listen, I know Schwellenbach is a guy that has had your number in the past, too. I mean, it feels like every time he pitches against the Phillies, he absolutely dominates them. So you better hope you don't see that guy. But even yesterday, I mean, you had a rough outing against Strider. You just happened to win the game yesterday 2-1. It wasn't an offensive explosion, but hey, I'll take it with a grain of salt because you have to win 2-1 games as well. Suarez, by the way, outstanding yesterday. The Suarez question, somebody asked me this question today. You have to sign one guy. Schwarber or Suarez? You can only sign one of them. They're both free agents. Schwarber or Suarez? which guy do you pony up the money for? Because right now, Ranger Suarez, after his outing, he has 7 wins, which is the most in the National League. He's got an ERA of 2 on the nose. He is the lowest ERA in baseball since like the month of May. We're talking about a guy who right now, if he probably started the season, remember, he missed the first month of the season, Suarez did. If he didn't miss the first month of the season the way he's going right now, his Cy Young odds would probably be better than Wheeler's would be. I mean, you could make a strong argument that Suarez is having a better season than Wheeler is. Is that fair or unfair to say? I mean, think about it. So Suarez goes 7, 8 strikeouts. Kerkering pitches the 8th. He strikes out the side. There was a hit, I think, somewhere in there, if memory serves. And then Strom gets the save. So that's your blueprint game. 7 from the starter. Limit the amount of relievers you need. You need the 2-1 wins, too. You need to get those. You need to get the 2-1 wins. And, you know, the game they get yesterday, you have the particulars. You've got the Otto Kemp RBI in that game yesterday. He had the home run, so he broke the ice in the game on Friday night. You know, Otto Kemp at 246 right now. Let's think about this. Otto Kemp at 246 with a 325 on-base percentage is essentially your most productive outfielder. Think about that. And I say that not joking. I mean, Nick Castellanos is hitting 282. His on-base percentage is actually lower than Kemp's is. Brandon Marsh, who's been, pretty good. I got to give it to Marsh. He's been pretty good. His on-base percentage and Kemp's on-base percentage are almost identical. We know Kepler, who had a rough weekend after the comments he made. And then everybody else in the outfield is a complete waste. So the Phillies better hope that Kemp, and this is going to be interesting. We're going to keep an eye out today to see if Bryce Harper returns to the lineup. There's a lot of murmurs that he could. And I have a lot of questions about that and what it means for the rest of this lineup. When Harper returns, does he hit 2 or 3? I have some numbers on that I want to talk about in a little bit. But when he returns to the lineup, he goes back to first base. What happens with Otto Kemp? What happens with Max Kepler? What happens with that whole situation? The Kepler-Kemp, do you platoon those guys? Or do you say, you know what, I've seen enough of Max Kepler. I'm just giving this job to Otto Kemp. You know, on Friday's show, we took a lot of conversation regarding Kepler and his comments. Rob Thompson addressed those comments on Saturday when he was asked about the whole situation. Here is what Rob Thompson said regarding Max Kepler.
A lot of guys get frustrated when they don't play every day, you know. And I hear the whole rhythm thing, and my response or what I do tell these guys is, if you think that by having a day off it's going to ruin your rhythm, well, it probably will. It probably will. So you gotta figure that out and keep working and keep grinding and trust your ability.
So Thompson essentially is like, I don't want to hear it. If you think that having a day off is going to ruin it, then it probably will. Grow up. You know, figure it out. Go hit on the tee. Go grab somebody and have them throw you BP under the tunnel. Is that his way of telling Kepler he needs to work at his game on the days off? I don't know what Kepler does on his off days, but it didn't sound like Thompson really had a lot of time for Kepler's quote-unquote demands.
Listen, Kepler is a guy that I think has this whole situation has backfired on him, because I think that in his mind he thought that coming out and saying what he did was going to be received a certain way. And I think that he is learning real quick that nobody has got time for woe is Max Kepler.
I got no time for woe is Max Kepler. And even if he's in the right, if they guaranteed him a spot here, that's great. You get guaranteed up until your performance doesn't allow it. I mean, what's a guarantee worth if you're hitting 207? And who said the word guarantee? Right. Hey, I was promised. Yeah, I'm promised a lot of things too. Guess what? If you don't perform, you don't get. Max Kepler not performing, you don't get. Max Kepler deserves nothing. Max Kepler, I look at you and say, look at yourself in the mirror, dude. You took the $10 million check, but you weren't smart enough to see you didn't fit here. Well, that's the Phillies' problem for signing this guy. Sometimes you need to save yourself. See Ace, Bailey. Sometimes you need to be the big boy and make the decision, Max Kepler. You wanted the $10 million check when you knew you didn't fit here, but the money looked good. So that, to me, I have no time for Max Kepler hitting .207 with a .302 on base percentage. So Max Kepler, to me, is the next in the long line of the Whit Merrifields who can be shown the door and thrown on out because of his ridiculous statements that he made on Friday.
Jim Salisbury talked about that very point, Mike, today on the Philly Show podcast.
You're the left-handed hitter in a platoon. 2/3 of the pitching is right-handed. You're going to get a lot of playing time, a lot of chances to make something happen. But if he doesn't start making something happen here in the short term, yeah, I think he's going to be another one of their one-year deals that is out the door, like Michael Saunders, like Whit Merrifield.
Yeah, Dave Dombrowski's one-year prove-it deals certainly haven't rivaled Howie Roseman's.
Oh, definitely not. Not even close.
And this one has backfired on them immensely because it's done two things. It hasn't helped you.
Nope.
And now it's causing issues. The big question will be is, do the Phillies just cut ties and turn this thing over? This is how I see this potentially could happen. And this might all happen quickly here. We talked to Bob Wankel on Friday's show. And Bob brought up the fact that Justin Crawford, who's crushing it right now in AAA, but that the Phillies might not want to bring him up because they don't want to expose him before the trade deadline if he's a guy that they're, in fact, trying to trade.
Right.
So they hold on to him until the trade deadline. If they move him, then they move him. But if they don't, this is how I see this happening. I think that Crawford comes up at the trade deadline if they don't make a trade for somebody. Crawford then plays center field. Kepler gets cut, and then it's a Marsh and Kemp platoon in left field. And that's the way they go the rest of the year with Crawford in center, Marsh and Kepler platooning in left field. And I see that you basically cut ties with the $10 million and say, we tried, didn't work, horrible move, let's move on. But you go with Marsh, you go with Kepler. May the best man win if somebody grabs that thing. Otherwise, you platoon those two guys in left field. And Justin Crawford ends up playing center field from August 1st until the end of the year. And then, if he absolutely fails miserably, you either go to Rojas, who will probably be just hanging around. I don't know where he gets any playing time.
Well, you could probably come in like some left-handed pitchers. If for Crawford, I don't know if you want him playing against every single left-handed pitcher. Maybe if you face a guy.
No, I mean, if you bring Crawford up here, I think you got to play him every day.
No matter what.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, he's hitting 4-something against left-handed. He's actually hitting better against lefties, over 400. Now, this is the minor
That's
leagues.
AAA.
Yeah, I'm saying, I get it. I'm just saying. But my point is, his numbers, his splits at AAA suggest he would play every day.
I understand that, but that's, again, AAA. I look at it as if you are in a stretch of games, right, and you got – there's a huge difference between, let's say,
there's no convincing me that
Rojas
is getting the day here, by the way.
but guess what? Rob Thompson's a guy who has a history of finding ways to get guys in the lineup, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think if Crawford comes up, he's here to play every single day. I don't think he platoons with Rojas. I don't see that happening at all. I think Rojas just kind of now becomes...
So you're completely discounting Rob Thompson's history of trying to get guys in the lineup?
Well, he's going to play here and there. It's not going to be a straight platoon, meaning if there's a left-handed pitcher, he automatically plays. That's different. Yes, he's going to play on a Sunday. Yes, he's going to play once a week, much like Marchand does.
Sure.
I don't see him playing against just
but that
because
once a
a
week
left-handed
might be a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, well, obviously, the time he does play, it's going to be a left-handed pitcher. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's going to be once in a blue
Never
moon.
did platoon with Rojas come out of my mouth. I was just saying Rojas.
Yeah,
still
well,
get some playing
yes,
time.
Everybody gets some playing time. I mean, that's a ridiculous statement. Yes, everybody gets a day here and a day there. Marchand, in other words, he'd be Marchand. He would play once every 2 weeks just to say he played and that he's not rotting away. But essentially, Rojas would have, You could possibly play him in center field late in games and move Crawford to left, and now your offense is Crawford, Rojas, and you want to move Marsh over to right field, and that's your outfield in like the 8th and 9th innings. That would be it.
Do you dare defensive replace Castellanos again sometime this year?
That's what I just said. Yeah, I would move Marsh to right field.
Oh, you move Marsh to right field?
Yeah, I would move Crawford to left, Rojas can play center, and Marsh can go over and play right field. And that would be your outfield for the 8th and 9th innings of these games. Yes, would I dare replace Castellanos? Yes, I watched him play the outfield the other night, and I said, got to get him out of the games late in these games. You cannot succumb to him. You cannot let him win this battle. He stinks out there.
He does.
He absolutely stinks. Now, they talked about his no errors. Okay, great. You know how many errors outfielders make? None. If you make an error in the outfield, you really got to be bad. So his errorless streak notwithstanding, he's not good. He's just not good. So, yeah, what I see happening, if they don't make a trade, is they keep Crawford. He gets called up after the deadline. He goes to center field. Marsh and Kemp platoon in left field. That's your platoons over there. Then the question becomes, what do you do with Harper? Harper goes to first base, but where do you hit him? Now, I was doing a little research on this today here, Josh, all right? Doing a little research for the stuff. Did you have a thought on where Harper hits better in the lineup, 2 or 3?
Well, I know he's hit a lot at 3. So my work.
I'm talking about this year.
This year.
Yeah, because he hasn't hit 2 a whole heck of a lot in his career.
I would
this season. And for instance, the reason I looked this up is generally when Stott was hitting leadoff,
yes,
Harper would hit 3.
Correct.
When Turner went to leadoff, Harper moved to 2.
Right.
And that happened in a handful of games. I'll get you the exact games here in just a second. But now that Turner is full-time hitting leadoff,
yes,
does Turner hit leadoff and Harper go back to the 2 hole, or do you just keep Schwarber at 2 and keep Harper in the 3 hole? So far this year, in the 2 hole, Harper has hit number 2 in 14 games. Not a big sample size.
Right.
He is batted third in 43 games.
Much bigger sample size.
So it's a bigger sample size. But in the number 2 hole versus the number 3 hole, where do you think Harper has been better?
My gut instinct would be the 3 hole.
So in the 3 hole this year, Harper is hitting .240 with a .359 on base, a .781 OPS, a .422 slug. He has 5 homers in the 3 hole. In the number 2 hole, he is hitting .305 with a .391 on base percentage, a .900 OPS, a .508 slug, and in 14 games, he has 4 of his 9 homers in the 2 hole.
Well, then clearly he should be hitting the 2 hole.
So do you go with Harper in the 2 hole and Schwarber in the 3 hole, or do you keep Schwarber in the 2 hole? Because here's the other interesting point about this conversation, okay? In the number 2 hole, Kyle Schwarber's on-base percentage is almost .400. So in other words, you would have Turner and Schwarber hitting in front of Harper, getting on base. Schwarber had almost a .400 clip. In the number 2 hole this year, which is where, now, not a big sample size for Schwarber. He's only hit in the number 2 hole, essentially why Harper has been out here. So in the number 2 hole this year, he has 23 games. And in those 23 games, his on-base percentage is .382. So you would have Schwarber getting on base at a .380 clip, plus Turner getting on base at a pretty high clip. You would have Bryce Harper up essentially 35 to 40% of the time with multiple runners on base. So do you want Harper on base with runners on, or would you rather Schwarber up in those situations?
See, what I would like is Harper to be hitting 2. Not because I'm against Schwarber hitting 2, but because if you look at Schwarber's splits when he bats 3rd and 4th, he is hitting better in those spots than Harper is. So I have more confidence right now in Schwarber if he's 3 or 4 than Harper if he's 3 or 4.
609-403-0973. We have a poll question up at Mike Gill Show. Where should Bryce Harper hit in the lineup when he returns? Where do you think the listeners have voted on this?
Ooh, this is interesting. I haven't looked at the poll results yet. I'm going to pull up the poll momentarily. I'm going to guess most people are going to say 3, though, because I think a lot of people associate Harper with that.
Right now, 68% to 31%. So, yes, a pretty good majority, almost 70-30, believe that Bryce Harper, when he returns, should hit in the number 3 spot and keeping Schwarber in the number 2 hole.
And
so you could have a lineup of Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm.
I would like to have a lineup of Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber.
Ooh, you're going Schwarber in the 4 hole then.
Because
the one problem I would say with that to some people is put Schwarber in the 4 hole. That does not guarantee an at bat in the first inning.
No, it doesn't. But if you look at his splits, that's the best of his batting averages. That's the best of his on-base percentage. He's got some pretty darn good numbers as a 4-hole hitter this year.
Coach James watching on the YouTube channel says, good afternoon, Gil and Josh. Coach James, thumbs up. Congratulations. Good afternoon to you. Appreciate you watching. Hit the subscribe button, hit the share button, hit the like button. Download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, we're going to be live on Wednesday. It is the first of our Phillies watch parties at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant in Wildwood. We'll be there from 2 to 6 as the Phillies play an afternoon game against the Padres. It's a Phillies watch party at Yuri's in Wildwood, and the Birds Championship Trophy is coming with us. Watch the Phils. Get your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy at Yuri's in Wildwood. We'll be there this Wednesday and every Wednesday day game in the month of July and August. So we got 3 in July this week, next week, and then July 30th. The Phillies play day games. Any day game on a Wednesday. Make an appointment to come out. Yuri's. Is that north of Wildwood or is that Wildwood?
That's Wildwood proper.
Exit 4.
Correct.
Gotcha. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, where do you guys think Bryce Harper should hit in the lineup if and when he returns? It looks like it could be tonight, so check that out. We'll have the lineup when it comes out. Keep it locked right here. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. 229 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Phils and the Padres. Citizens Bank Park. Phil's back home. You know, you win 2 out of 3. You should feel pretty good, right? But do you remember the day Saturday? Or do you remember the 2 days, Friday and Sunday from this weekend? What do you remember more about the Phillies weekend? We'll dive into all of the conversation here on the Sports Bash. Don't forget, Phillies Watch Party this Wednesday. We're going to be live for the Phils and Padres game down at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant in Wildwood. 2 to 6, come watch the Phils. Get a photo with the Birds Championship Trophy. We'll have that with us as well. That's the first Wednesday we'll be there live. So if you're in the Wildwood area, you want to watch the Phils game with us, we'll be hanging out down there in Wildwood. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. I think the Phillies are, kind of gearing up for that next thing. We're into July now, and I say that next thing. This Kepler thing, I definitely think the Phillies said, all right, what are we doing with this Kepler? What's the deal with Kepler? Do we keep him? Do we move him? And I see it this way. I think that if they can't make a move to find some kind of right-handed bat, or at this point, maybe even a better left-handed bat than Kepler. It's one thing to be a lousy left-handed bat in the platoon. Maybe they can find a better left-handed bat in the platoon. But if they can't find an upgrade, my prediction would be they call up Crawford after the deadline if they don't trade Crawford. So in other words, if they can't trade Crawford, they'll call him up. I think that it's clear that, and I think Jason Stark said this somewhere last week, that the guys are going to be up here. Painter, Crawford, their young players are going to be up here in some capacity. After the deadline, I think they're trying to see if there's a trade that works for Justin Crawford. And if that trade is out there, they'll move him. But if it's not out there, they will call him up after the deadline, and then they'll release Max Kepler, and they will end up playing Kemp and Marsh in left field, and then Crawford would be the everyday center fielder. That's how I kind of see this happening. 609-403-0973, with the fact that there could be some news on Bryce Harper today. We'll go up to Citizens Bank Park. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, will join us in just a second here as we kind of tap into him up at the ballpark as they take on the I think he's at the ballpark anyway. A lot of people wondering whether or not we will see Bryce Harper. Just to give you a little update on Harper, he did hit live pitching on Saturday. They brought some minor leaguers down there, which is funny because the last time they did that, I think Jeff Hoffman was the guy that threw in spring training to Bryce Harper a couple of years ago, and Bryce Harper was like, hey, this Hoffman guy's pretty good. I think we might want to take another look at him. So which pitchers were the ones that threw? Think about this. Harper's in Atlanta, and you're a minor league pitcher, and you get the call. Hey, you want to go down to Atlanta and pitch to Bryce Harper? He needs to face some live pitching. Who were those Phillies pitchers that ended up getting the call to go down to Atlanta to face Bryce Harper? That's a thrill of a lifetime, right? Hey, you're the guy that gets to go down there and face him. So we'll check in to see if we think, and by the way, the lineup should be out here within the hour, I would think, so we should get some insight whether or not Harper will play tonight or not for the first time. He's been out for 3.5 weeks. Think about that. If the Phillies have somehow grabbed first place after 3.5 weeks of not having Bryce Harper and a lineup that is absolutely atrocious on some nights. This is a first-place team without Bryce Harper. That's almost unfathomable. Like, for me to say that just doesn't sound like it even computes. Phillies have played how many games without Bryce Harper, and yet they're still in first place. And they were not in first place when he left the lineup. That's how bad the Mets have been. Think about that. That's how bad the Mets have been. When you think about the Mets and the Phillies and what they need to do the rest of the way, a big storyline for the Phillies will be, hey, we get Bryce Harper back. We get Bryce Harper back to an offense that has been clearly compromised by him being out. All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Let's get to that now on the Sports Bash. And, Mike, I know it's funny, a lot of time negativity drives, but when I watch the Phillies 3 games this weekend, am I in the wrong to say the game that stands out more is the Saturday loss than the 2 games they won, or is that just being negative?
Well, I don't think it's being negative because it was a 2-4 road trip. And the issue that they had was just a lack of offense, and that was dominating theme throughout the entire trip. So I don't think you're being too negative if you look at the trip as a sign of the shortcomings that this team has. Now, the good news is every baseball team in the National League and the American League also has coming. So there are no perfect teams out there, I believe. So, yeah, could these Phillies get hot and do some in October? Absolutely. But did they show some troubling signs during this road trip? Absolutely also.
Mike, there's a lot of murmurs that Harper could come back tonight. We're waiting to see what the lineup is. I mean, he did hit over the weekend. On Saturday, he faced some live pitching. Regardless, he should be this week when Harper comes back. Obviously, that's a huge help to the lineup. What happens to this lineup with Bryce Harper back?
Well, first of all, Mike, I believe something just popped into my phone. So here as we speak, I believe Bryce Harper has returned from the 10-day injured list, and Buddy Kennedy is designated for assignment. So no lineup yet, but Bryce Harper will be in the lineup tonight. He is returning from the wrist injury, and not a moment soon for the Phillies. And as to where he hits in the lineup, it'll be interesting. I think it's the 2 or the 3 spot. I'd go back to the 3 spot with, I'd move him up to the 2 spot and have Schwarber maybe hit behind him or have Schwarber hit fourth and have Bohm hit behind him. Some combination like that, basically.
Yeah, by the way, I did get the same thing that you've got. The Phillies have reinstated Bryce Harper to make room for Buddy Kennedy designated for that. So Kennedy gone. Harper goes back to first. Now what? All right, you mentioned 2 or 3. Either way, I'm interested to see if they put him in the 2 hole, which is where he was hitting when Turner was leading off generally. Now you had Schwarber hitting in the 2 spot without Harper. Do you just keep Schwarber there? He's been getting on base, Schwarber in the number 2 hole at a 380 clip. Do you want Harper hitting with the 2 guys with those high on bases in front? Or, Mike, by the way, Harper was hitting over 300 with a 390 on base percentage out of the number 2 spot here. So that will be very intriguing. And then what happens with Otto Kemp? Has he done enough to say to the Phillies, hey, I could play every day in left field? What's this Kepler clown doing out here?
Well, that'll be one of the interesting questions that we see when this lineup comes out. And we'll talk to Rob Thompson in about an hour, and we'll definitely ask him. I mean, Max Kepler's numbers are so poor against righties and lefties. Do you put Otto Kemp in that lineup now and just give him an opportunity to sort of play every day for a couple of weeks leading up to the trade deadline? And see if Otto Kemp can be that right-handed bat we've talked about that the Phillies have needed so long. So maybe an opportunity here for Otto Kemp, a little runway for him, a couple of week runway to show what he can do. I know there have been positive signs for Otto Kemp, but, I've got to see it before I really believe in it going forward.
Mike, obviously, there's a lot of time between now and the deadline. Actually, it's 1 month from today. I see this scenario happening. If they can trade Crawford to get an upgrade, they use Crawford. If not, Crawford gets the call. He goes to center. Marsh and Kemp platoon in left, and then we see the end of Max Kepler.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Mike. I think that's a way that they might want to go. And again, I might do that sooner rather than later because I want to know if I have to go out and get a guy, a right-handed at-bat at the trade deadline, or can I handle that situation with Crawford in center and a Marsh Kemp platoon in left field? And then I can put all of my resources into bolstering the bullpen. And I know, Mike, a lot of people talked about the offense on this road trip, but to me, Still, the most alarming thing is that bullpen. That the bullpen simply just needs more arms. Strahm has struggled. Jordan Romano has struggled. So to me, the bullpen is just as big a concern, maybe more of a concern than the offense. It just hasn't gotten all the publicity that the poor offense has gotten in recent days.
Yeah, I know Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City is with us here. You saw the game on, I guess it was Saturday night. Romano goes in on the 7th. It's a close game, and he serves up a tater, a grand slam, and he just looks like a guy, he was starting to come around, and then he's just been so inconsistent. You're wondering if the Phillies, at what point do they say, look, we just can't keep going to him in 7th, 8th, or 9th inning situations?
Well, I think you're seeing that because he's been pushed down in the rotation. Him and or the bullpen pecking order, I guess you'd say. Ryan Kirkring now is getting those innings that Romano got early in the season. And Mike, it's absolutely 100%. Jordan Romano, some outings looks outstanding, some outings he looks terrible. It's just the inconsistency, and you can't live with that inconsistency in the bullpen. You can't have him coming out for a game 3, a game 4 of a playoff series and having fate rest on Jordan Romano, and if he's going to be on or off. It's like kind of spinning the roulette wheel right there a little bit. So to me, this bullpen, you saw Strahm sort of struggle yesterday, just escape out of that game with the save. So to me, this bullpen is in need of upgrade, and to me, they've got some in-house options in the outfield. Crawford, Kemp. Let's see what they can do over the next month, and then the Phillies know where they've exactly got to pivot to or what they need to do at the trade deadline.
Mike, obviously, Dave Dombrowski was on a podcast last week with Jason Stark and Doug Glanville, the Starkville podcast. He said, hey, we can always move 2 of our starting pitchers to the bullpen. Which 2 of those guys profile to you as now that that's out there, that he says, hey, we're thinking about it, we could do it. We know that come playoff time. They're not going to probably do that in August or September. But the way Suarez is going, he seemed like the obvious guy. But can you put that guy in the bullpen?
That's with the way he's pitching right now. To me, the 2 guys that I would put in the bullpen right now are Luzardo, and then I would put Christopher Sanchez in the bullpen. I think Sanchez, with his ability to throw that changeup and get misses, Mike, his ability to miss bats with the changeup, that's what you want out of a relief pitcher. You want relief pitcher coming into big games and missing bats and get strikeouts. And out of all the Phillies starters, Sanchez, with that changeup, boy, I think his stuff translates especially well to the bullpen. Now, he's an outstanding starting pitcher, but the ability to get swings and misses with that changeup, that's why I would move him. He'd be my number 1 guy to go to that bullpen.
All right, Christopher Sanchez. He hasn't pitched out of the bullpen for about 2 years now. And then you got Luzardo as well. So those could be the 2. And then Painter obviously looms. Is Mick Abel, in your mind, then, are they really trying to find a trade partner, and Abel would be that guy?
Well, we'll see what Abel, how he starts, how he looks. Again, I know I said before the last start, his last start was rained out. I thought it would be a big start for him going forward because I thought if he didn't pitch well in that game, maybe you shift him to the bullpen and you bring up Andrew Painter. We are in that July-ish area that they said Andrew Painter would be coming up. So, and the natural guy for his spot to take in the rotation is Mick Abel. So, again, I believe Mick Abel throws Wednesday of this week at game out here at Citizens Bank Park. I think that's a big start for Mick Abel because, again, you're seeing what trade value does he have? Can he be a starter for us? Does his stuff translate better to the bullpen? Do we, send him to the bullpen and bring up Andrew Painter? A lot of moving parts for the Phillies between now and the trade deadline.
No doubt about it, and it starts tonight in Philadelphia as they take on the Padres. It's a 3-game set at Citizens Bank Park. Mike Wheeler obviously gets the ball in Game 1, but Suarez keeps making you say, how do you not pitch him in any Game 2 situation?
Well, right now, Ranger Suarez is throwing like the best left-handed pitcher in the baseball. The caveat, Mike, and again, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but we saw the same thing last year. He was outstanding, and he couldn't sustain it. Can he sustain it this year? And honestly, Mike, I know he pitched great yesterday, but the velocity was down a little bit. He still managed it by locating his pitches and having tremendous command. But that velocity down a tick or two kind of concerns me a little bit. But still, the results have been outstanding so far this season. There's no way you can take him out of the rotation with the way he's pitching right now. He's obviously, the way he's throwing right now, one of the best left-handed pitchers in all of baseball, and you can't take that guy out of your starting rotation. Now, we'll see if he can sustain it. Couldn't do it last year. We'll see if he can do it this year. If he does it this year, he's going to make himself an awful lot of money.
Well, Mike, you said he might be one of the best lefties. He could be one of the best pitchers in all of baseball the way he's going right now. He's got the lowest ERA in all of baseball, since the end of April.
Yeah, I mean, the thing, Mike, is can he continue it? Can he carry it deeper into the season than he did last year? And can he sort of stay healthy? That's the big factor. As long as he's healthy, you're right. I mean, and again, we talk about it all the time. The Phillies' strength, their starting pitching. Look at their biggest rival for the division right now. The New York Mets are falling apart because of a lack of starting pitching. The Phillies' starting pitching strength will serve them well throughout the entire regular season. Keep them out of long losing streaks. Probably be the biggest reason why they're going to be in the postseason again in October.
Well, Mike's at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies have announced that Bryce Harper is back. He will return to the lineup tonight. Where will he hit in the lineup? That will be the next question. Mike, you say, 3? That's where you think he'll be?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm here at Citizens Bank. It's a weird weather day here. I look to my left, there's blue skies. I look to my right, it looks like the world is about to end, and it's kind of raining in the middle where I am right now. So crazy weather day, but that's what that's what summer in New Jersey is all about.
No doubt about that. I saw some crazy weather last night. Harper's back. The Phillies are 36-21 with Harper this year. They are 13-14 without him. They were averaging about 5 runs a game with Bryce in the lineup, so we'll see if they can get that offense going. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City has more coverage at pressofac.com. Mike, thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road, Mike. Thank you.
All right, there's Mike, and, of course, he is at Citizens Bank Park. They made the announcement why we were having the conversation that Harper will be back. And, listen, the one thing with Bryce Harper being back in the lineup, it is pretty funny that one guy makes that big of a difference. When you just take one guy out of the lineup, you're like, jeez. And then you put that guy back in the lineup, and everybody slides back one. It's amazing how much different the lineup feels when everybody just slides back one spot. And instead of Bohm hitting 3, now he's not an ideal number 4 hole hitter. I will not certainly sugarcoat that. But instead of hitting 3, now Bohm hits 4. And instead of Castellanos being 4, now he hits 5. And that guy hitting 5, now you feel better about him hitting number 6. And I don't even know who that guy is going to be. I mean, quite frankly, the Phillies can just throw darts at the board and say, who can pitch, who can hit in that spot. But you will have who's pitching tonight? Waldron, right? Matt Waldron's pitching tonight. Shane Waldron. And, no, it's Matt Waldron. Yeah, Matt Waldron. Who's Shane Waldron? Not Shane Earhart. No, it's Matt Waldron, I believe, is he's a right-handed pitcher for the Padres, is pitching tonight. So you get the right-handed lineup tonight. My question will be, all right, can the Phillies...
Shane Waldron used to be the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks.
There you go. I was saying, I do think that
Same
there is
spelling of Waldron, by the way. Don't know if they're related. Can't confirm that.
Matt Waldron.
Knuckleballer, by the way, Matt Waldron.
Yes, I was going to say, Matt Waldron, who is a knuckleballer, but he's right-handed. Does a right-handed knuckleballer profile well against a left-handed hitter? In other words, do the Phillies say, you know what, let's just hit Kemp today? The heck with the fact that it's a right-handed guy and that he gets the left field assignment. That will be interesting today. Do the Phillies, the front office
further stick it to Kepler?
Right, and then they say, well, listen, let's just see if Kemp can give us a little spark to the offense here, since he had the home run Friday night, had the RBI in the game yesterday. We want to kind of build off of that and see if we can do something there. 609-403-0973. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Somebody sent in a text of this report between the Phillies and the Pirates. I did see that tweet. I don't put a lot of stock in it, but I would not say it's shocking. There's a quasi-report from a radio station in Pittsburgh. So apparently the guy who put the tweet out there, I made some calls on this. Apparently he's like a known troll as a host. Like he likes to kind of troll people. He's saying the Phillies and Pirates have had conversations regarding Bednar and Santana, that the Phillies want both guys in the deal. I don't think it's ridiculous, so I'm not going to poo-poo it. But I don't know that it's – look, it's only the 30th. I think we just want something so bad that we want
we're impatient. We want it fixed. We want it now.
Yeah. And they need it, too, as somebody texts in. Your boy Romano rocking a picturesque 7.36 ERA. Yeah, he has not been good in the last couple of weeks. He had a nice little month of May. Early June, he has not been very good. In fact, I think he's been to the point now where you have to think about moving on from Romano as well. He did turn it around a little, and his stuff he's still throwing like 98. That pitch he threw the other night was a hanger of epic proportions. So the Phillies got to look to possibly improve on that spot as well. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. The big news today, Harper is activated from the 10-day injured list. The Phillies have activated Bryce Harper. The lineup is not out yet, but we will see where he hits in the lineup when they put that lineup out here, which should be momentarily here. Rob Thompson will talk in about 15 minutes from now, and then Bryce Harper will find out where he hits in that lineup. Bryce Harper is back for the Phillies tonight, and, of course, the Phillies are at Citizens Bank Park as they take on the Padres. Will have plenty of coverage of that here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies have activated Bryce Harper for the 10-day injured list. He's been out for 3.5 weeks with that injured wrist, and the Phillies are now hoping to get him back for the stretch run here as this thing hopefully doesn't flare back up. That's been the big problem, is he didn't know when this thing would kind of come back, and he's hoping that they don't even know what it was. They really haven't diagnosed that quite yet. 3 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, insulation for generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. I know a lot of people the AC has been a problem for. Hopefully you're staying cool out there. 609-403-0973. On a big day today, Bryce Harper's back for the Phillies. He will be in the lineup potentially tonight. The lineup is not out yet. And we'll see if he hits in the 3-hole or the 2-hole. That is the bigger thing moving forward here. Will he hit behind Trey Turner? There it is. The lineup is out. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Castellanos, Kepler, Real Muto, Stott, and Marsh. Wheeler's on the mound. So we can break that down for a second because Schwarber's staying in the 2-hole. When Turner hit leadoff before, they went Harper 2, Schwarber 3. Now they are flipping that. They are keeping Schwarber in the 2-hole here, and I kind of like it because Schwarber and Turner are both high on base percentage guys. Now, so is Harper, by the way. I mean, let me ask this question. Who would you rather up in a big situation? Schwarber or Harper?
Is it the regular season or the postseason?
Is there a different answer?
For me, there is. I think that Schwarber has been the better guy in big moments in the regular season, but in the postseason, Harper's had some amazing clutch moments.
All right, so let's say it's a regular a postseason game. You have 2 on with 2 outs. You need a run to tie, 2 to win. You want Schwarber at the plate? You want Harper at the plate?
In the postseason, I want Harper.
So this lineup would then make sense in that
scenario.
Yeah, because you have Turner and Harper. Turner. The thing is, too, Schwarber gets on. Harper gets on at such a high on base clip too, so you can theoretically say he would be on base too. But you're saying I'd rather Harper up in the big moment than Schwarber up in the big moment.
Correct.
That's an interesting question. We should put that one out there at 973 ESPN. Big moment. Who would you rather at the plate, Schwarber or Harper? 609-403-0973. Big moment. Who do you want up? Schwarber or Harper? Because if the answer is Harper, you want him in the 3 spot with the 2 guys on. Now, you would say you want hitting Harper in the 2-hole would give him more opportunities for more at-bats. That's another thing there. You know, that's always the other rub is if Harper's sitting in the 2-hole, he gets more at-bats than the guy in the 3-hole, theoretically, not by all that much. But that's why a lot of the people say you hit your best guy at the leadoff hole because he would get more at-bats hitting leadoff than he would if he's hitting in the 3 spot. You know, a lot of people back in the day, the lineups would always have your fast guy leading off, your contact guy hitting 2, and then your best hitter hitting number 3. Teams don't generally do that as much anymore. A lot of teams' best hitters hit in the number 2 hole in the lineup. So where would you have hit Harper? He's hitting 3 tonight. 609-403-0973. I think hitting Harper 3 behind Schwarber gives Harper more RBI situations. The question you might have to answer here would be, is Schwarber a better RBI guy than Harper is? You know, neither one of those guys. Isn't this odd? You ever think about this? Schwarber and Harper, how many 100 RBI seasons do you think those guys have combined? You got Bryce Harper, an MVP, and you got Schwarber, who's not an MVP, but when you think of RBIs, you think, man, these guys are big RBI guys. How many 100 RBI seasons do you think those guys have?
I'm going to guess that. I think Schwarber might have more than Harper.
Schwarber, 100 RBI seasons.
I think Schwarber's got like 5 or 6, doesn't he?
Let me see here. Let me go to Schwarber. Because he hits in the leadoff spot so much. So his RBI, that's been always the big problem with him, is that, he doesn't get all these RBIs. Kyle Schwarber, 100 RBI seasons, he has 2. He has
That's it?
104 RBI in 2023 with the Phillies and 2024 with the Phillies. He has exactly 104 RBI both of those seasons. So do you think
Wow.
Bryce Harper has more or less than 100 two 100 RBI seasons?
I'm guessing he's got to have more than 2. Like, he's got to have, like... See, my guess would be Harper has 3 or 4.
Harper has 2.
They both have 2.
He has 100 RBIs in 2018 in Washington. He had 100 on the nose. He had 99 one year, and he had 114 in 2019 with the Phillies.
Huh.
So neither one of these guys
Are
has
major
been a
RBI
big
guys.
100 RBI guy.
That's amazing. You have 2 guys who... If you rank the hitters on this team in terms of RBI guys, you would say probably Harper 1, Schwarber 2, Bohm 3. And you're talking about 3 guys you do not have prolific with 100 RBI seasons.
I agree. I mean, well, the funny part is this. There are 162 game averages. Harper averages 96 RBI over 162. Schwarber over 162 averages 95 RBI. That would be his average.
What is this, Mike Goldberg? Virtually identical?
Now, I do think your question is valid. Is it the playoffs or is it the regular season? Because somebody's saying it's not like somebody tries harder. No crap, they don't try harder. But some people, the pressure gets to them a little bit more than the other guys do. This isn't about trying hard. That's an idiotic comment. Postseason hitting. Schwarber in 9 years in the postseason, in 69 games, has 34 ribbies. Okay? 34 ribbies for Schwarber in his postseason. In 7 seasons, so Schwarber has played in 69 playoff games. Harper's only played in 53. Who do you think has more? Schwarber, who's played in 69 games, or Harper, who's played in 53?
I'm going to say Harper because I remember a lot of those times. You mentioned it earlier. Schwarber was a leadoff hitter for a while there, so he's not getting as many opportunities with men on base.
Right. They both have 34 RBI, even though
But Harper's played less games.
Schwarber has played in 69 games,
Right.
and Harper has played in 53. Of course, it's not about trying harder. It is Harper has come up in some clutch situations. He has come up in some big situations and nailed it. And Schwarber has been in the leadoff spot a lot, so he has been on base a lot of times, not in the RBI situations. So I would agree. If it's a big situation in the playoffs, Harper has had bigger moments than Schwarber has had. 609-403-0973. And I also think in Bobby and Wildwood, I was just about to say the same thing. Now we're about to see what kind of pitches Kyle Schwarber will get with Bryce Harper hitting behind him. That has not happened all that much.
No, it hasn't, and it has to make you wonder when you go back to when the Phillies won the 2008 World Series, when they went to the World Series in 2009, a huge part of Chase Utley's productivity was the fact that he had the big bat behind him, right? You know, if Ryan Howard is not the man behind Chase Utley in that lineup, how really does Chase Utley do? We may never know. And so now you think about it moving forward. Now you're putting a guy behind a guy in Schwarber who historically has not had very good hitters behind him.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Harper hitting in the leadoff hole. He did have Trey Turner hitting behind him, but this Trey Turner version.
That's not the same.
Yeah, no, it's not. The Trey Turner version that you're getting is not the Trey Turner that, you know, is as fearful as Bryce Harper.
Correct.
Putting Harper in the 3-hole behind Schwarber, I didn't even think of it the way that, you know, until it kind of was like coming up in the conversation, is having Schwarber now, because we always talk about who could protect Harper. Well, now the Phillies are trying to protect Schwarber with Harper.
Like, for example, when the Phillies had Hoskins behind Schwarber in 2022, you had the lineup of Schwarber, Hoskins. It was Hoskins, like, do you view him as a very good guy to have behind Schwarber? Or do you think that was more out of necessity because they needed a right-handed bat and they liked Hoskins' approach?
Well, I mean, the whole Hoskins thing was always kind of bewildering to me. I think they liked his on base percentage. They put him in that that number 2 hole a lot because they liked his on base and having him on base so much. And then you had the RBI guys behind him. But I was always intrigued. It's a mystery that we'll never know. Where would Hoskins have hit in the lineup once Turner got here? Like the year they got Turner, everybody assumed that it was going to be Turner hitting leadoff.
Right.
And then what would have happened? We never saw that. Schwarber ended up hitting leadoff. Turner ended up hitting 2. Harper was 3. Would Hoskins have hit 4?
Probably.
Had he been here? Or would Turner gone to 1, Hoskins been 2,
Oh, that'd been horrible.
and then Harper 3 and Schwarber 4? Because then you would have had Schwarber protecting Harper and Hoskins as the on-base guy with Turner up front.
I think the only reason why Hoskins was at 2 is because they needed somebody who could take pitches and get on base. Ultimately, he was never a good fit at number 2. And don't forget, that was the last year, 2022, that Jitsu Realmuto hit well. So they had Realmuto higher in those lineups a lot of times. Like, you go back to Game 1 of the World Series, Realmuto hit 3 in that World Series and was Harper hitting 4. So if now you fast forward a couple of years when Realmuto has regressed and Bohm has gotten better, the lineup shifts around.
Yeah, I mean, Bohm now hitting in the 4 spot because of necessity, but that gets him into a spot now where he's back protecting Bryce Harper.
Correct.
That's the other thing.
And I'm not a fan of that at all. I like the idea of Schwarber being behind Harper in some capacity. Now, look, as I mentioned, my lineup earlier would have been Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber. Bohm, yes, he is literally behind Harper, but the guy behind Bohm is Schwarber. So now you're kind of like backloading. Whereas right now, the man behind the man, right? So it's Harper, Bohm. That 5th guy is,
All right, poll question at 973 ESPN. Big moment of the game. You need a hit to win the game. Which Philly hitter do you want at the plate, Harper or Schwarber? So far, 77% are going one way. 22% are going the other way. So vote at 973 ESPN, and we'll put that out there. Now, the other poll question we had up earlier in the show, Josh, which was when Bryce Harper returns to the lineup, where should he hit? 68% said 3. 32% said 2.
right.
Well, the 68% are getting their way, which is a little bit of a shift to where the Phillies had the lineup before Harper went out.
Correct.
Because when Harper went out before, he was hitting in the 2 hole when Turner hit leadoff, and then Schwarber was hitting in the 3 hole. So it is kind of an interesting thing that they decided to move him back to his number 3 hole. Now, do you think Harper said, I want to hit number 3?
Probably. I feel pretty confident saying that this was them saying, what does the superstar feel comfortable with? Not what do we want? And maybe it's an idea where they go to Harper in like a few weeks. If it doesn't work out the way they had hoped, then they can go to Harper and say, Bryce, you're not hitting so well. We got to change the lineup around. We try to do it your way. Now we're going to do it our way.
Yeah. I know that I don't know. I don't think there's a wrong answer here, by the way. I think if you hit Harper 2 and Schwarber 3, I think you're getting great production from both of those guys. But I do kind of like that they're trying this out first. Let's see what happens, because Schwarber has been your most kind of it's tough to call.
He's been your most reliable hitter this year.
Reliable is a better word than consistent, because a guy hitting 240, I find it hard to call consistent. But in today's world,
Turner's been more consistent, but Schwarber's been more reliable.
Yeah, in today's world, 244. By the way, he's at 252. Sorry, I thought he did raise his average a little bit. He was 244 the other day, but he's 252. It's incomprehensible to say a guy hitting 250 has been consistent.
No, he's
but
reliable.
He's more. But his other numbers that you look
the
at
homers,
the on base
slugs.
percentage. He's 385 in the on base world, so
Right.
he does walk a whole heck of a lot. The 252 is just a number that it's tough to wrap your head around if you're a product of the 90s. You're like 252 is just not a good hitter. By the way, his career batting average is 230.
I know.
It's unbelievable. But that being said, it's pretty interesting to now see the Phillies say, let's protect Schwarber with our biggest bat.
And see what happens.
Because Schwarber's been the main guy, the key guy all season, and he's the one guy that's hitting the ball out of the park. Let's see what happens, what pitchers do to Schwarber now when they see Harper standing in that on-deck box instead of Turner, right? Let's see what happens when Harper's on deck. Because what kept happening earlier in the season, you saw teams pitching, walking Harper to pitch to Bohm.
Right.
Now, you can't walk Schwarber to pitch to Harper.
No.
So in those situations, we saw it happen recently here where people walk Schwarber to pitch to Bohm.
And that's why I go back to 2008, 2009, because the Utley-Howard back-to-back, there was a dynamic there, Mike, where you had the same conundrum if you were a baseball team. If you're a pitching staff and you're facing these two left-handed studs, you got to choose the lesser of two evils. Who do you want to hurt you? Option A or option B?
Yeah, I know, which is it's one of those things where the Phillies have never given this opportunity. I don't remember. How many times has Bryce Harper hit behind Schwarber?
Not that many times. It'd take some time to check into that. But
I'm trying to think.
I don't think it's been a crazy amount.
Well, because this year, Schwarber hit 4 and Harper hit 3. When Stott hit 1, it was Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber. And then it was the other way around. When Turner went to 1, Harper went to 2. But Harper, I don't remember him hitting behind Schwarber in a turn to back-to-back. Right?
I'm trying to look it up right now to see how many times it may have actually happened.
I don't think it's ever happened.
I don't think it's happened before this year.
I don't remember because Schwarber's always hit 1 here.
Correct.
The only time that he has not hit in the 1 spot, I think Harper's just not been in the lineup. It was when Harper missed the first half of 2023 and Schwarber hit in the 3 hole, and they had Turner leading off, and then they moved Schwarber back to the leadoff spot.
So the first time the Phillies, according to this MLB.com article, April 12th, 2025, was the first time that Harper and Schwarber ever hit back-to-back during their time in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Overall, this year, though, Harper and Schwarber have hit back-to-back 28 times this year.
Mm-hmm.
But before this year, they never did it at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't remember them giving Schwarber their protection with Harper ever. I don't remember that ever happening. So this will really be the first time. And I definitely think it's going to be a big factor for Schwarber. I think it's a big factor for Schwarber because as I was saying moments ago, we look at batting average completely different today. It's not that big of a deal.
No.
On base percentage is the number that most people, kind of go by. But I think this should only help both of Schwarber's areas there. For a guy hitting 250, with the protection he has, you could see a guy hitting like 280 with Harper hitting behind him with all the pitches to hit, and his on-base percentage should take a big jump here as well because if his batting average goes up, so too will his on-base percentage. So, yeah, as we've kind of talked about ad nauseum, batting average is just not a number that you really take, it's just weird how that number had just kind of drifted to the side. And that's why you look at Schwarber with that batting average that he has, and it's not that big of a deal anymore.
Yeah.
Back in 1996, if he had that batting average, people would say he's an albatross in your lineup. You can't hit him there. But obviously the game has, morphed into where his on-base percentage and all of the other analytical numbers, which is why, it's all hand in hand. As these front offices learned more about these numbers, the manager's role of putting the lineup together kind of changed a little bit because the front office got involved and said on-base percentage. It's the whole basis of the Moneyball movie.
Correct.
Hey, you're going to play Hatteberg. You're going to play Hatteberg, right? Because why? He's hitting 2. What? No, but his on-base percentage is what it is. And that's where these front offices started to get involved with putting the lineups together. And I wonder, did the people say, listen, look at Schwarber's on-base percentage in this spot. Keep him in the number 2 hole. Let's keep him number 2. His on-base percentage Right now, Kyle Schwarber's on-base percentage is up to...
It's almost 350, isn't it?
Oh, it's way higher than that. It's 385.
385.
His career on-base percentage is 347. His 2025 on-base percentage is 385, though. So I'm wondering if the analytics department just said, look, 385, he's going to be on base a ton for Bryce Harper. Let's just stick Schwarber in the 2-hole and keep Harper in the spot that he likes the best.
And just to remind folks, the reason why the on-base percentage is actually more valuable is because the on-base percentage, as you mentioned earlier, Mike, it factors in walks. The batting average does not give you credit for walks. It only gives you credit for getting a hit or not.
Yeah, base hit.
So the on-base percentage says, hey, how did you get on base? Hits, walks, doesn't matter. We give you credit for it all, and that's why it has more value at this point, because at the end of the day, the key of the game is to get on base so you can score runs.
Well, I'm interested in this lineup construction with Harper behind Schwarber now. So we'll see if that helps the Phillies kind of get going here. All right, we got a bunch of stuff from the Philly Show podcast that was interesting over the weekend. They put out a new edition today. We're going to play some of the audio for you coming up next from our guys Todd Zalecki, Ruben Amaro Jr., and Jim Salisbury. We love listening to the Philly Show podcast. They always bring up some really good points. But coming up on the other side, Ruben Amaro wonders what the Phillies will do with left field once Harper comes back. Well, guess what? Harper is back. You'll hear what Amaro thinks next. We'll react on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, 609-390-3907. If your AC is on the fritz, a lot of people, I heard so many people last week saying, I had to get the air conditioner guy out there to my house. I had to do it. I had to get my AC guy out there. Mine went down for the count. We have 2 AC units, an upstairs and a downstairs.
The separate zones?
Yeah. No bueno.
No bueno.
Guy came out to look at the upstairs one. Next day, downstairs one went.
Of course it did.
Yep.
That's the way it works.
Bryce Harper reinstated from the injured list. Buddy Kennedy has been DFA'd. I'm wondering if that's the end of Buddy's time in Philly, or will he go back to Lehigh? We'll see what ends up happening there. So now that Harper's back, what happens with the left field situation? Ruben Amaro Jr. talked about that on the most recent edition of the Philly Show podcast. What happens in left field now? Now, today, by the way, Kepler is playing left field today. But for how much longer? Ruben Amaro Jr. gives his thoughts on the left field situation.
Where are they going to go with Otto Kemp? Is Otto Kemp going to left field? And what do they do with Max Kepler? Does he stay on the team? Does he get designated? Is he a platoon player? He's had some good days. He hasn't had great days. I mean, I like Max Kepler. I think he can provide some help to this ball club.
No, you don't.
But what happens to Max Kepler and Otto Kemp when this guy comes back?
Straight platoon for me.
And you straight platoon him?
I'd give it a look because
I think that they want Otto Kemp in the lineup every day.
Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. Yes. Ruben Amaro does not think that Kepler does anything to help the team. He's just being nice, which is nice of him to do. I predict that Kepler will be here until the trade deadline unless they make a trade before that. If they make a trade to add a right-handed bat.
Right.
Now, do they want Kemp?
Well, he just said they want Kemp in the lineup every day. That little part at the end there is very interesting.
Well, I was going to say, do they want Kemp to just be the guy to where they're not even looking to add a guy? That's what I was going to, muse. Are they at the point where they like Kemp so much that they say, we don't even need to trade for a guy. This is the guy. That is the interesting part here. So, the other part of the Rubik's Cube here is Justin Crawford. Now, I gave you my opinion on Crawford and Kemp and Kepler and that whole thing. What I think will happen is if the Phillies can get what they want for Crawford, they will trade Crawford. If they don't get what they want for Crawford, they will call Crawford up. He will go to center field, and Marsh will then platoon with Kemp, potentially in left field. And you would have a Marsh-Kemp left field, Crawford in center field. But when do they call up Crawford? This is what Ruben Amaro Jr., the former Phillies GM, thinks might happen.
And then you got the kid coming. And what's going to happen when the kid comes from Crawford when he comes to center field? Because that's when you move Marsh to left field, and then you maybe then it's a straight platoon. I don't know. We'll see. It's fascinating.
All right. Well, I didn't listen to that podcast beforehand, but it sounds like Amaro and I are on the same page there, that he thinks you move Marsh to left and then you platoon those guys. But it also goes back to the comment they made in the first bite that says they want Kemp in the lineup daily. And that would be hard to do if he's platooning.
I think
how do you get him in the lineup daily?
Well, I think in that people out there may be wondering, because there are people out there wondering, like, well, is Kemp really the answer? And I thought Amaro's explanation about why the Phillies look at Kemp as the right-handed bat they've been needing might answer some of these questions. Take a listen.
I'll tell you the offensive fix is, and he's put together some really good at-bats, is Otto Kemp. Honestly, I mean, he can't carry this team, but he's the type of hitter that they sort of are looking for. Someone who has quality at-bats, someone who stays in the strike zone, somebody who hits the ball all over the field. He's not a proven entity by any means. He's growing, and he might get beat up for a while. But that's the type of hitter that you're sort of looking for, somebody who can make contact at the right time and move the ball around the field and have an idea at the plate.
That's what they've really lacked. He's right about it. They need a power bat. They do need a guy that can put the ball over the fence, and I hope that's coming for Kemp. You saw the home run the other night. But what he said there is they need a guy that can hit the ball kind of high contact, not striking out. That's what they need to find, is a guy who doesn't major in striking out a lot,
like Nick
Castellanos. Right. You got to find a guy that, hey, I might not get a base hit, but I make a productive out. I hit the ball to the right side. I can get a guy on third base and hit a fly ball to right field. Is Otto Kemp capable of doing something that Nick Castellanos can't? Just put the damn ball in play.
Maybe he is, because look at the game yesterday where they had to have Marsh have that sack bunt, right? They needed that sack bunt in order to produce a run yesterday, because guys like Castellanos are just so poor at doing their job.
All right, so Todd Zalecki, host of the Philly Show podcast, he brought up some names that could be available on the trade deadline, area. Are any of these guys fixes for the Phillies?
Who's supposedly out there and available on the offensive side, in the outfield side? Because that's probably where you would try to find some help that would make that much of a difference. You've got Jaron Duran, Taylor Ward, Cedric Mullins, Luis Robert Jr., Adolis Garcia, even like a guy like Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Byron Buxton would be a guy, that has, when he's healthy, he puts up huge numbers. The guy that's played, I think, more than like 92 games in a season just once since 2017. That was 102 games last year. So, who's the offensive fix? So
he's suggesting that none of those guys are really good fixes because of injuries or whatever reasons there. I don't know if you can get – what are you giving up to get some of those guys? I'd take a shot on Buxton for a low end, but I'm not giving up a high end.
Right, like if you're saying trade Rincones, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to take a mid-level prospect, I'm not giving you Abel. I don't know, maybe I'd give up Abel.
I am not giving up Abel for Buxton. Well, you just said Buxton's never healthy.
No, but he's healthy now.
Oh, that's great. He's healthy right now. I'll get him, and then he'll depreciate again.
Oh, I get that. Like you're rolling the dice. You're taking a shot. You are basically. But right now, you would be getting a guy. You're telling me that you wouldn't be interested in. And by the way, a very good outfielder, right? He's been a Gold Glove winner.
He's a Gold Glove level outfielder who would vastly improve at defense.
Okay, right now, he is hitting 281, 347 on base, 566 slug, 914 OPS, 19 homers, 51 RBI. He would literally hit right in the 4-hole for you on day one. I think I have to consider that move.
If you could promise me that he is going to play the majority of the games.
The injury concern is valid. I can't argue with you there. You are on point with that. The injury concern is valid, but I almost feel like I have to take the swing. Again, like I'm saying, now I think Abel's as far as I might consider for that one. I'm not doing Crawford. I'm not doing Painter. I'm not doing Miller. But what I consider Abel for Buxton. Now he's 31 years old. He has a long injury history.
Right.
And he is signed through 2028. 7 years, $100 million deal. So he's not getting paid an outrageous amount of money, but he also sounds like the kind of guy that you're complaining about a couple of years from now.
Correct.
3 years left on the deal, so he's going to be 34 at the end of the deal, and you're talking about a guy that you're saying, man, we're stuck with this guy. Now, you have Justin Crawford. If you've got Brian Buxton, you probably play Crawford in left field and Buxton in center field. Or you can move Buxton over to left field because as he's getting older, somewhat like Anaheim tried to do with Mike Trout.
I would say, do you eventually move Buxton to right when there's no more Castellanos?
That could be a possibility, too. Now, Castellanos has 1 year left on the deal. I will say this. Byron Buxton has played 700 games. All 700 of them have been, 700 games in the field. He has DH'd a bunch.
Okay.
But all 701 games have all been in center field. He has not played left or right.
Interesting.
So you make that deal. Buxton for Abel.
See, I'm apprehensive to give up on Abel for Buxton because, one, the injuries, and two, if you're telling me that you don't view Abel as part of this rotation next year. Is that what you're saying? That you?
Where does he fit in?
Well, let's say next year we know you got Wheeler under contract, Andrew Painter's coming up, Christopher Sanchez, right? Luzardo, you got him in a contract for another year. So there's 4 right there, and Aaron Nola is 5. That's with assuming that Ranger Suarez isn't
Well, you
coming
got
back.
Wheeler and Nola both paid for the next
Right. So
Nola
Nola's
for
under
7 years,
Right.
6 more years, and Wheeler, then Sanchez, and Luzardo, then Painter. That's 5.
So
what are you doing with Suarez? That could potentially be 6. You're in the same boat. Where does Abel fit in?
Right. So if you're telling me that you are saying no Abel next year, and we don't see him as part of this team down the stretch of this season, right? Because Nola is coming back, we guess August, right?
August-ish.
August-ish. I mean, are we comfortable if an injury happens to let Abel go at this point?
Other than Abel and Painter, you don't have a lot behind them in terms of minor league help. If you had multiple, you have Nola out now, Abel's filling that spot. You do have Taijuan Walker hanging around for another year.
Right. Do you feel like Taijuan Walker is good enough to be in that reserve role, or do you think that Abel's the better option?
Obviously, Abel's the better option. You asked me a softball there. I mean, I
No,
don't want
maybe
Taijuan Walker.
Then you're not trading Abel. Then you're not
no,
trading.
but my point is, Abel's the better option. But if I can get that level of offensive player, I could suck it up and pitch Walker for a little bit. If he's my look, Abel to me right now, he's your 7th starter. He's your 7th guy. I mean, you would say, well, right now he's your 5th. When Nola comes back, he gets bounced. And then once Painter's here, Abel's bounced behind him.
Right.
He becomes really your 7th guy. As much as you don't want to give him up, I think for an offensive talent of that magnitude, and by the way, the Minnesota Twins, they're in a frustrating spot here because they have Buxton, who's having a great year for them, under team control. But he's 31 years old. He's been an injury problem for that team for a while, right? They just have not been able to count on him.
Nope.
Now, the question is, they are 12 and a half games out of first place in the Central. In the wild card, they're 3.5 out. So they think they're a wild card team. Do they? The question is, because they have one of the worst starting pitching rotations in the American League.
Right. Abel would slide in immediately.
Do they value and say, you know what? We would get a young, middle to top of the rotation pitcher for our, I'm imagining they think that Buxton is their best offensive talent, but he's also 31 years old. Would they even consider that move?
I think
by the way, I've talked to people in the baseball world who think that the Twins would jump at that opportunity to get rid of Buxton because that's why Zielecki even mentioned him in the podcast about them because the Twins are saying, look, we can't rely on this guy. We're kind of a mid-level team. They're under 500 right now. So it's a way for the Twins who have lousy starting pitching to kind of get something at probably the height right now of Buxton. He's healthy and he's producing. This is your chance if you're the Twins.
If you're right now is the time they unload. He's at his highest value. He's never going to have a higher value than this.
I agree. I think the Twins would probably listen. From what I understand, from what the people that I've talked to said the Twins would jump at that opportunity.
I believe it.
That they're trying to move Buxton, and this has been going on for years. They just want to get rid of Buxton. His name comes up everything because they every year they sign that big deal, and now he's having the best year. It's the perfect opportunity for them.
Yeah, dump him on somebody else. Make him and his injury history someone else's problem.
Would you want that problem?
See, I wouldn't. I don't like when guys have massive injury histories because then,
I agree with you.
Then when you acquire the guy and then he gets injured, you're sitting there on like September 10th and you're face palming. You're just like rolling your eyes. You're frustrated. You're scratching your eyes out. You're like, I can't believe I agreed to acquire this guy.
I agree. Like the injury thing does concern you, but what better option do you currently have? You got a guy right now who's producing. He's healthy. You almost take your shot. You just say, you know what? It's our time. You got to go. But it is precluded by the fact that I think you have a surplus at the position.
Right.
You have the surplus that you can afford.
You can afford to move that pitcher.
Yeah.
Because
609-403-0973. What was the Jim Bowden trade that he threw out there for Mick Abel? Was it Mick Abel for Cedric Mullins and Felix Bautista?
I think it was, yeah.
Was that the one that he
was
threw
the
out there?
Baltimore one,
Do you like the Bautista-Mullins better or the Buxton?
I like the Mullins-Batista better only because of the fact that I'm getting Batista. Mullins, I'm kind of met on.
What? But then you're still.
Because
but now you're stuck with Mullins. So what do you? So now it's like you're getting a player that. What are you going to do with him?
Well, like Mullins is left-handed, so it's like
that's what I'm saying.
Left-handed outfielder.
You're getting the left-handed bat in return. What do you do with him? You're just taking him just to get Bautista.
Pretty
now
much.
You have a guy that you're doing what with?
Right.
Because he's a left-handed bat. Now you could say you're replacing Kepler.
You could
goes
say
to
that.
what I said earlier. Can you get a left-handed bat to replace Kepler?
Because
and then you can play Mullins in center.
Right.
Marsh moves over to left.
And now you have a much more you have a much more palatable offense because Mullins is a more reliable hitter than Kepler is.
Yeah, because Amaro said something here. He says he doesn't think that there's a bat that they could get to improve the offense. And that's kind of what we're talking about right now.
I don't know that like any necessary moves that Dombrowski makes are going to totally change this team. I mean, because if you get one bat, is it really going to affect that much? It's really about Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Castellanos, Bohm, all those guys in the lineup. But if they don't swing it, they're screwed. If they do swing it, they're going to be fine.
I like that one. They don't swing it, they're screwed. He's not wrong. It's been their problem the last couple of years. Is the Castellanos, Bohm, Harper, Turner. When they go cold, Schwarber. When they go cold, the team struggles.
Right.
And then we blame the 9-hole hitter.
Right, because we don't want to blame the guys who they're spending $500 million on. We want to complain about Rojas hitting the 9-hole.
All right, hopefully you can get Rojas out of the 9-hole and you never have to see him hitting the 9-hole again. That would be optimal. That's how I would do it. What's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day? You'll have that coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.
Are the Lakers now all of a sudden not the best possible situation? Because what this statement does is it acknowledges we know you have to build for the future. We want to build for the now. Well, how do you do both simultaneously? And if you're the Lakers, there's a part of you that I think has to almost ignore this and say, fine, you want to ask out, ask out. We are building to keep on August 2nd Luka Doncic for the long haul when we can offer him a max contract.
That was the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Evan Cohen talking about LeBron apparently wants to be traded but hasn't come out and says, I want to be traded. And now there's reports that there's no trade market for LeBron. Oh, the NBA offseason just got interesting. Did the NBA ask, hey, LeBron, can you create some drama because we have no high-profile free agents this year? Is that how this went?
I mean, if they did, that would be pretty pathetic and hilarious at the same time.
I mean, I hear this and I'm thinking he opted in, which is a first.
Right.
For $52 million because normally he would opt out, which is what a lot of people did. Did you see what happened this weekend? Eric Gordon opted out of the deal with the Sixers so that he can get a higher veterans minimum.
Like, for example, Kyrie Irving opted out of his deal so he could get a 3-year deal out of it with the
James
Dallas.
Harden.
James Harden's another one.
James Harden opted out and then signed a 2-year, $81 million deal.
He opted out to get a bigger contract.
Yeah, Harden got $40 million a year.
It's insane.
So LeBron decides, you know what? I'm going to opt in. I'll take the $52 million, but I don't actually want to be here.
But here's the thing. He's never said he didn't want to be there.
No,
so
he
it's
did.
like this whole speculative, well, what does it mean? Let's try to read between the lines.
Well, you know what it is. It's, hey, do you want Paul George? Now you'd have to give Paul George to somebody else. How about a Paul George, Joel Embiid for LeBron?
What about just Paul George just for LeBron?
Well, does that money match? $52 million
It's pretty
for
close. Paul George is like 40-some million.
Oh, he's up in the he's
Paul
up in the
George
40.
in the
Yeah.
40s.
Yeah, you could possibly
You throw him and Kelly Oubre together.
Yeah, Kelly Oubre opted in yesterday.
He's $8 million, Kelly Oubre.
He is $8 million.
That math adds up.
And the Drummond deal, so you can get $5 million with Drummond there.
The Lakers do need a center.
They do. Well, the NBA offseason is underway, and things are happening. By the way, Jordan Clarkson opted out.
He did.
Of his deal, and he is now a free agent. He would be a guy that I would be intrigued by.
Can I say really quick? I do disagree with Cohen on one thing. I don't think Rich Paul is actually this great savant agent. I think Rich Paul is who he is because his guy is LeBron. Let's be realistic. There is no Rich Paul if he doesn't have LeBron James.
That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. This hour brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing Heating. You can listen in to Unsportsmanlike weekday mornings at 6 a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Michelle, and Canty. Coming up next, it's football at 4. We have a Monday Mosher mailbag edition. If you have a Eagles question for Jeff Mosher, we got a lot of questions in, so if you want to we can have room for like 2 or 3 more for today's mailbag. 609-403-0973. Hit me with your best text next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here today. He'll join me for another edition of Football at 4. It's a mailbag edition, a Monday Mosher mailbag with your Eagles questions. You can always hit us up in a variety of ways. Text board 609-403-0973. Find us on social media at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN. And Jeff Mosher is here for today's edition of Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast here on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Mosher? How are you on a Monday?
I could be better. I wish the weather was a little nicer, but otherwise not so bad.
Yeah, well, it's a Monday Mosher mailbag, so get in a good mood, man. A lot of the people want to hear your answers to their questions. We got a lot of mailbag questions today, and we're less than a month to training camp. I know you're excited.
Yeah, very, very excited for the fact that there's 3 weeks to go before the start of training camp, and a little more, actually.
Well, when you say 3 weeks, it really starts to resonate. 3 weeks until the Eagle veterans and players all report. That will be on a Tuesday, by the way. So 3 weeks from tomorrow, the Eagles will be at the NovaCare complex. And Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds, of course, they'll have so much coverage of the training camp and everything, plus his work over at phillyvoice.com. If you have an Eagles question, we can probably fit a couple more in today. 609-403-0973. But Moshe, we got a bunch of them, so let's dive into the Mosher Monday mailbag edition of the Sports Bash on this Football at 4. And we'll start off with one from Kevin in Smithville. As you just said, 3 weeks to go before the start of training camp, and a lot of people would like to hear from you on this particular topic. What is the biggest position battle to watch in Eagles camp? Kevin from Smithville.
Well, I guess the one that's probably the most significant one in terms of starting and potentially team success is Adoree Jackson versus Keely Ringo at the left cornerback spot. That's because I think it feels like a 50-50 competition, or may the best man win, no true leader in the clubhouse. But obviously, they've got a lot of spots to fill. There's going to be, can somebody unseat Moro Ajomo? I even look at the four-man rush and say, well, we know Jalen Carter inside, and Moro Ajomo we would assume would be the other one. But could Ty Robinson get in there? Is there a true number 2 running back battle between Dylan and Will Shipley, to the point where whoever wins it is going to take some pressure and workload off of Saquon Barkley? And if it's Shipley, does that add a little element to the passing game? So there are some contextual position battles that I'm really interested in seeing. Number 3 wide receiver, or whether that's more tight end flex. But really, for overall team success, right, the spot that everybody's really looking at is that spot to replace Darius Slay.
Right. Well, there's a bunch of battles. The right guard spot, as you mentioned, some of them. But the biggest one could be who wins that opposite corner from Quinyon Mitchell, because that's a pretty important one, right? That's a pretty important one. We saw how important, Darius Slay was to this defense a year ago. Good question, Kevin in Smithville, and I know a lot of people are going to be wondering as they get to training camp there. Let's go to James in Summers Point. James wants to know, is Nakobe Dean locked in as a starter, or could someone make a push and keep him off the field?
So that's a tough one to answer, because I would say he's locked in as a starter if, when comes back to play, he's 100% healthy and still the same Nakobe Dean that he was prior to the patellar tendon tear. But it's not just also prior to the patellar, right? He's now had the Jones surgery on his foot. He's missed time with the foot. Now the patellar tendon, he had some injuries in college. So eventually that stuff can the wear and tear can make you lesser of a player. And so we have to see, I remember Nate Allen coming back we all thought Nate Allen was going to be the guy, right? It's after so many misfires at safety when they let Brian Dawkins walk out the door. And then Nate had a really significant injury, and he came back and he was okay, but he only got a 1-year deal. He never got a long-term extension. He just didn't look like the same player. So you hope that Nakobe Dean is, and if he is, yes, he'll start next to Zach Bond, and then they will use Jihad Campbell in whatever role, that whether it's edge rusher or also a linebacker too, they'll figure it out. But if Nakobe Dean comes back in his final year here and he doesn't look like the same player, then I don't think anything's guaranteed.
All right, let's get this one from this one just came in, actually, so we'll bump it up to the top of the list here from Bobby in Wildwood. Bobby wants to know, what's the weakest area for the Birds?
Well, if we zero
That's an
in
interesting
on,
question. We don't really think of weak spots, right? Everything's the best.
Right. Like, so if you micro or zero in, you say number 3 receiver is pretty weak right now. But they can cover that up by having 2 great, outside receivers and then moving other receivers in the slot. I think overall safety without CJ Gardner-Johnson at the moment, if we're talking about just a position, is probably the weakest position, only because Andrew Makuba has not played an NFL down yet. Reed Blankenship's a nice safety, but I think we've talked about this before. We kind of have to see how he plays when he's not next to CJ Gardner-Johnson, because in 2023, when there was no CJ Gardner-Johnson, Reed wasn't as good. He was part of that implosion too down the stretch, and he didn't play his best football. So sometimes having a guy like CJ frees up Reed to play a certain way. So I would say safety at the moment looks like the quote-unquote weakest spot on the team.
All right, let's go to Steve in Vineland. I like this question. This one, it's an off-season where you get a lot of questions, duplicitous, but this one we haven't heard much of. Any concern about the depth behind Lane Johnson, who's another year older, and Jordan Mailata? He missed 4 games last year. They lost Fred Johnson. So who is the depth behind Johnson and Mailata if someone got hurt?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why that would be a concern, but I'm not particularly concerned only because, Fred Johnson came to the Eagles as a guy who had, played for the Bengals. He had started some games for them. It's not like he came as this amazing 1-year kind of signing. He didn't earn an extension for another year, but Kendall Lamb has a lot of starting experience with the Miami Dolphins, and I think somebody before that. So he's on the team. And you've got Matt Pryor, who has played both right tackle and right guard. Right now he's playing right guard, but he's played right tackle before. And those are 2 veterans right off the bat. They drafted Miles Hinton, so that's another guy. I'm not expecting much from the other right tackle that they drafted out of Texas, Cameron Williams, because he's more of a project. But Darian Kennard is a guy they carried all last year on the team, and he played really well, I thought, in the preseason games. So I think they have a lot of options, and that's all you can ask for at this moment is giving yourself both young options and veteran options, and they have both.
Well, the fact that they lost Fred Johnson last year, it's like who was brought here to replace him, and the first guy, who was the guy from the Dolphins?
Kendall Lamb, to me, Kendall Lamb's a guy who's got a decent amount of games in this league and has played. He's not a Pro Bowler again, but you're not looking at that. He's played.
Well, that happened so long ago, you almost forgot that they brought him in.
Yeah, and he's played. Although he had a recent controversy where I guess some quotes were misattributed to him.
I did see that. Yeah.
But the guy has played he's 32. He's played for 4 teams, 10 years, 44 starts. That's pretty good.
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. It's our Football at 4 Monday Mosher mailbag. Every Monday, Jeff Mosher answers your questions. Let's go to Gio and EHT. Which young wide receiver has the best shot to stick? Smith, Wilson, Danny Gray.
I tell you what's really interesting about this trio, Mike, is that all of them have a shot for different reasons. So let's break this apart.
Well, I'll tell you what, you could tell that the people listen to Football at 4 in the DeCecco segments because Gray is a name that he brings up very often, and now it's infiltrating your mailbag.
That's right. And Gray. So let's start with Gray then. Danny Gray, who was a 3rd-round pick, by the way, I believe it was a 3rd or a 4th-round pick, I think, of the 49ers. So clearly one team thought pretty good of this guy at one point. He has 4.3 speed. All right. And if you really look at the Eagles wide receiver group, 3rd-round pick. If you look at the Eagles wide receiver group, they have a lot of talent, especially with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but not a lot of guys running 4.3. Not a lot of guys. Remember when Quez Watkins was on the team a couple of years ago and he was limited? He wasn't as good as Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown, not nearly, but he had a role, right? Because he could stretch the field from that slot position. And so that will be Danny Gray's feather in his cap, that he can stretch the field probably as good as anybody that they have in that entire wide receiver group. And speed, we know that catches a coach's attention. You can't coach it. So that gives Danny Gray, makes him an interesting guy to watch. Johnny Wilson is 6'7", Mike. You don't find a whole lot of that either. And they used him last year as a blocking receiver and sort of a backup tight end when they wanted to run out of 11 personnel but have a bigger body in there. And he's got that, and Danny Gray can't do that, and Anaya Smith can't do that. And that makes him not only a good blocking receiver, especially if you want to get your screen game going or your run game going out of 11 personnel, but your red zone offense, I mean, a 6'7" guy is a guy you can just throw it up to. Now, Anaya Smith is the only one of these three who is just so naturally fitted for the slot, which the Eagles really don't have, right? A natural slot receiver, a guy who knows how to win two-way routes, a guy who's played that position, is undersized, like short, so perfect for that position, but also compactly built. So that could give him the leg up. So they all bring something different to the table.
Good stuff there. Good question there by Gio in EHT. Let's go to Paul in Northfield for the Mosher mailbag. Is there a veteran player whose spot on the roster is not secure that you'll be watching?
A veteran player, well, I mean, there's a couple of it. Like Adoree Jackson, if he doesn't beat out Keely Ringo, may not make the team. I mean, they've got.
So you don't keep him around as the backup in case someone got hurt.
He could. I'm not saying he definitely doesn't. I'm saying it's potential that he wouldn't make the team if he doesn't beat out Keely Ringo. Because remember, you still have Eli Ricks, you have Mac McWilliams, who they drafted, right? So that's another corner. You've got Cooper DeJean. So you can't keep 6 corners, right? You've got a lot of corners. So I wouldn't say he's guaranteed to make it if he doesn't beat out Keely Ringo. That will be so that's one guy. I think some of the offensive linemen I mentioned, whether it's Kendall Lamb or Matt Pryor, are not definite by any stretch of the means to make the team. And I would say A.J. Dillon is not definite to make the team.
I would imagine those 2 tight ends are probably battling for a roster spot.
Good point, too. They're not going to keep 5 tight ends, and right now they have 5.
All right, let's go to Marcus in Marmora wants to know on the Mosher mailbag, who is Jeff Mosher's NFC team that is flying under the radar going into training camp?
Man, we spent so much time. All right, the NFC team flying under the radar. So I'm not going to pick the 49ers because I think people kind of are now starting to talk about them as like a real good bounce back type of team. My under the radar team would be probably from the NFC West. It would probably be the Seahawks. I can't say I have a ton of faith in Sam Darnold. And I do know that they got rid of DK Metcalf, but Jackson Smith and Jigba really came on. They do have a similar, their new offensive coordinator is Kubiak, who does a lot of things from the McVay tree, just like Kevin O'Connell. They do have good running backs with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. So they'll get that play action game going. Their defense under Mike McDonald is going to be built up in year 2 now. And he did a great job as the Ravens coordinator. And I think that I was going to either pick them or the Cardinals because I also like what the Cardinals have done. But there's something about the way they're up and down the Cardinals that I can't go with them. But one of those 2 teams is going to be a nice little sleeper team going under the radar right now.
All right, 609-403-0973 if you want to get a question for the Mosher mailbag. Let's go to Tim in Wildwood Crest. I was just down in Wildwood Crest, actually. Tim, more rushing touchdowns this year, Hurts or Saquon?
You were in the Crest over the weekend?
No, last weekend,
okay.
2 weekends ago.
I was going to say, I was in Wildwood myself over the weekend. I didn't know. But either way, Hurts or Saquon more rushing touchdowns?
I like the question because I guess it means, do they go crazy with the tush push to just like jam it up the,
yeah,
take that, everybody, or does Saquon, because Saquon got a lot of touchdowns taken from him, so maybe he doesn't get to 2,000 yards this year, but he gets like 20 scores.
Yeah, so last year Hurts had, if I remember correctly, I'm looking up real quick how many touchdowns he had rushing.
14. It was my guess. 14.
Yes, 14. And Barkley had more than that, right? Because he had an otherworldly type of year. He had, real quick, he had 13. No, he had 13. So I'm going to go Hurts again because it's really hard to have a year like Saquon Barkley had and then go have a better year the next year, right? So, but for Hurts, he's very consistently in that number because of all the goal line touchdown that he gets. So I'll go Hurts.
Hurts is the play from Jeff Mosher. If you want to bet that one, blame him if you don't get it right. All right, let's go to William in Lower Township. More important to the Eagles' defense success this year, Carter or Smith?
Carter. Carter makes everybody else better. I don't think we can say that about Nolan Smith yet. I mean, I haven't seen that. I think Nolan Smith does a nice job. He's turned speed to power. He's learned his position. He's making pressures happen. And, you can definitely argue he put 2 Pro Bowl right guards out of commission in the playoffs. So that really does help when you put a guard out, right? He did it in the Packers on that to Elgin. I can't remember the guy's name, the left guard for the Packers. He's really good. But you remember he came across on a sort of a pull, and Smith put him out, and then he put out somebody from Kansas City. But I think Jalen Smith has the trickle-down effect where he gets the double teams and lets everybody else eat off the 1-and-1s. So it's always Jalen Carter.
All right, so Carter would be the answer for the most important guy to the Eagles' success, and Nolan Smith, as the outside edge. There's the article that you guys wrote about over at Inside the Birds. I think Andrew had the fact that Jalix Hunt looks like a guy who's putting some workouts in together there, gotten himself a lot stronger.
Yeah, Andrew wrote a great story. He caught up with Jalix Hunt's trainer down in Houston and really went into detail on what the training regimen evolves. And why it involves that. It was really good detail from Andrew. Great story. Everybody should check it out on InsideTheBirds.com.
Clarence from West Deptford. Mosher Mailbag. Jeff, do you look at the Eagles as the clear favorite in the NFC? I would imagine that Clarence and some of these are people who have been listening to your series here on the NFC stuff. So he wants to know, are the Eagles the clear favorite in the NFC?
You ever see the movie Airplane, Mike?
Yeah, a couple of them, actually.
You remember when he says, Roger, over, do you have Clarence? So that's a good, because clear and Clarence are in the question here. So that made me think of that.
Gotcha.
Do I think the Eagles are the clear favorite? Yes. I think the Eagles, that doesn't mean they're going to win, but I think that they still have the most talent in the NFC East. And the only reason that you wouldn't is the history says that in 20 years, no team is repeated. But
this is in the NFC, though.
Oh, as the NFC?
Yes.
No. Well, I see them as the favorite. So I guess that if you're the favorite, you're the clear favorite. Yeah. But I think that the Rams are pretty close. And I think the Lions have probably the second most talent in the NFC. I just don't know about losing both coordinators. If the Lions were bringing everybody back from coordinators with the 53 they have, I would actually make them the favorite.
I'm looking at the conference. So the Eagles are plus 300.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit is plus 475. Washington is plus 900. San Fran is plus 1,000. The Packers are 1,000. The Rams are plus 1,100. Tampa plus 1,300. So the Eagles are plus 300. The Lions are plus 475. Would we characterize that as a clear favorite?
Yeah, that absolutely. And I'm really curious now about the Rams because I do feel like I'm on Rams Island. I don't know how they got any worse by getting Devontae Adams and losing Cooper Kupp. I feel like that makes them actually significantly better. And I think they have the best coaching staff or right up there with anybody else in the conference or in the NFL. And I don't think they had too many losses that I look at and say that's going to hurt them. Michael Hoyt. And those young pass rushers they had, Mike Verse, he was a beast. Even against the Eagles, he was a beast. So was Fisk.
Yeah.
I have a hard time thinking the Rams are not going to be a good team. However, as you mentioned, they're not like right behind the Eagles in any kind of like favorite odds on for any sports book. So
no, in fact, when I just read those off, where were the Rams? Plus 2,200.
Yeah, I don't get it. I think that
no, actually, sorry, that is actually their odds are plus 1,100 for the NFC, 2,200 for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that surprises me. But what do I know? I'm just a sports writer.
We are Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget to download all the Inside the Birds podcasts for your listening pleasure as we get ready 3 weeks to Eagles training camp. By the way, we have a poll question up. You want to answer the poll question?
Oh, sure.
Big moment of the game. Who do you put up to the plate to get that hit? Is it Harper or Schwarber? Who do you trust more?
The hit, Harper. Absolutely.
You're Harper.
By the way, my answer to the lineup debate that you and Josh were going through is to sort of split the middle. I would say if I'm facing a right-hander, I would take Harper 2, Schwarber 3, right? And then Turner leads off, and then you can bat Bohm fourth. I mean, you can bat whoever, like Castellanos, if you want. But then against against left-handers, I would probably move Bohm into the third hole and split. So Harper, Bohm, Schwarber. And I know that means Schwarber doesn't automatically get up, but you're talking about having the lead MLB leader in hits leading off, and then two guys in Bohm and Harper who have really high on-base percentages. So like all likelihood, Schwarber will get up in the first inning because one of those three is probably going to get on base.
Well, and if he gets up, it's generally going to be in an RBI situation.
Exactly. So I have no problem with him batting fourth against lefties.
Well, they got Schwarber hitting 2, Harper hitting 3 tonight. That's the way the Phillies went with the lineup. In Bryce Harper's return to the lineup, he is back for the Phils as they take on the Padres. All right, Jeff Mosher.
I'm sorry. The only thing I don't like about that is, let's say, like, Turner's stealing a lot of bases. He's getting a lot of hits. He's on second. If you want, this is really over analytics, but Harper uses all fields. Schwarber's only going to hit the ball to right field, right? For the most part, sometimes we'll run to center. Like, I'm thinking about moving this runner from second to third. The guy who's hitting the ball to all. That's why I want Schwarber third. Is that who said Schwarber is third behind?
No, Schwarber's hitting second tonight, and Harper's hitting third.
Oh, okay. So Schwarber, it would be behind Turner. So yes, so he could move. A fly ball would move Turner from second to third, whereas Harper is more likely to like line out to left field because he uses all fields and not be able to move that runner. I don't know. That's overthinking it. But anyway.
Well, the one thing that intrigues me is the fact that Schwarber will now have the best protection he's ever had behind him. We've never seen him have Harper behind Schwarber. So now they're saying you have to pitch to Schwarber.
Absolutely. I like it. I think they're ready to take off here.
All right, Jeff Mosher, Football at 4. And don't forget, check out all his work over at phillyvoice.com where he does opine about the Phillies from time to time. You can check that out at phillyvoice.com here on the Sports Bash. But Football at 4 is back again tomorrow with Adam Kaplan just back on Wednesday. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Take care.
All right, there you go. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, we told you the lineup with Harper back tonight. The Phils are taking on the Padres. Coming up next, it's today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw joins us to see what the hot topics are all over the Philadelphia sports landscape. You guys can get involved a variety of ways at Mike Gill Show on the Twitter X platform. You can watch on YouTube and on Twitter X. You can hit up the text board at 609-403-0973. And prior to tonight's game, the Phillies have reinstated Bryce Harper. He's back, baby, and he's hit number 3 in the Phillies lineup. When we come back, it's Nick's Nuggets next on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:30, a Sports Bash Monday edition. What's going on, everybody? I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Bryce Harper's back, activated from the 10-day injured list for Bryce. He's hitting in the 3-hole tonight. We'll have plenty more conversation on where he should hit and all that good stuff. But right now, it's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He is producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN, and Nick's Nuggets right now on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hope you had a good weekend there, Earnshaw. Phils took 2 out of 3. A lot of Sixer news over the weekend. A lot of stuff happening. Interested to see what's on today's list of Nuggets.
Oh, Mike Gill, what's going on? Hope you had a great weekend as well. 2 or 3. I mean, not the 2 or 3 that you would love to see. It wasn't, sufficient in my standards, especially on Sunday. I mean, 2-1. I mean, all those strikeouts. Let's get back on track. Or you do get Bryce Harper back today, which is big news. Big news, Mike. And that's where we're going to start with the Nuggets. Because I'm not going to lie, Mike. I have a little bit of problem. I don't know if Bryce should be back. I don't think he should be back. We have a piece of audio that just recently came out a couple of minutes ago. Bryce Harper meeting with the media, talking about his return to the lineup tonight. Take a listen.
I didn't think I was going to take any other steps forward of feeling better or anything like that. I thought we were kind of at a standstill of it feeling the same the last couple of days, and from BP to live and things like that kind of gave us the same results each day. So I thought today was a good one.
Is it something you're going to have to manage, though, in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. I'm not sure yet what that's going to feel like. So we're going to, as I go, I think, and as I know you guys will, and Topper as well.
Well, all right. We a lot there. There's a lot there, Mike, that I'm like, is Monday, maybe Monday wasn't the day. Maybe today wasn't the day to bring him back. What say you?
Well, I mean, I think this thing. I heard them talk about on the broadcast. I think it was maybe Friday night or the last week at some point where they said that Bryce has been cleared by the doctors, but it's more of a pain tolerance for him. So the doctors can't find anything else to say. That's why I heard a doctor somewhere. I can't remember where. He was doing an interview, and he was saying that this to him screams as like a tendonitis thing where the randomness of it just kind of resurfacing without doing anything or saying, hey, I don't know what I did and my wrist just started hurting. Kind of sounds like a chronic tendonitis type of thing where, some days it bothers you and it could bother you for 3 weeks and then it just goes away and it's gone for a while and then it just flares back up again. That's the problem with this thing is where you don't know when it's going to feel at its worst.
Yeah, and he didn't sound all that confident. You know what I mean? He's like, we're just going to kind of have to manage it at this point with what he's going through with the wrist. And that concerns me a lot, Mike. Like, I mean, you saw guys like Stott last year who was hurt, didn't have a great year. I mean, not a bad example because he's not having a great year this year. But is this going to linger and this going to affect the way Bryce Harper plays? You have to change the way he approaches things at the plate, the way he swings. Like, how is it going to flare up more when he's swinging the bat more? Like this is something that you got to watch now for the rest of the year and maybe the rest of his career. I don't know how long this is going to go, and I don't know how much it's going to affect him. This is going to be something to monitor for a while now. What type of Bryce Harper are you going to get with this injury?
Yeah, you have no idea. I mean, if it's a tendonitis type of thing, there's nothing you can do. I mean, there's no way to really treat it other than hope that it just kind of settles down. You don't have the flare-ups. I mean, for people who deal with tendonitis issues, I mean, sometimes you wake up and you're like, oh my God, this thing's killing me. I don't know what I did. Or you think maybe I slept on it wrong or something, and then it doesn't go away for 3 weeks and then it comes back. I mean, all of these things are in play, and you're right. I mean, he has this violent swing, and I think Harper's at a point where he's like, I want to play. The team needs me. I might not be 100%. I don't know if it's getting any better. What do I do? Today's the day because he swung on Saturday. They had him rest yesterday, and then, hey, don't do anything and see if the Saturday swings come back and bother you after taking the day off. And I guess he said, no, I guess I'm okay, but I don't know that if it's not going to come back or not. And he's not wrong about that.
No, he's not. And it sits with you a little bit, though. It's like, is this going to flare up again? Is it going to be so bad where he's going to have to go back on the IL? Like, how bad is it going to be when it flares up at times? And because of that swing, it's very violent. That's a perfect word to use. Perfect description for it, Mike, because he swings really hard. The wrist, it's everything. And then first base, too. I mean, it's a lot going on over there. So this is something to monitor throughout the year, because if it swells up more and he starts hurting a little bit more as the season progresses, is he just going to play through it and not be as productive? Or is he going to have to sit down again, take a couple weeks off once more and miss more games because of it? I think this is more concerning. Yeah, it's great Bryce is back, but I think this is more concerning throughout the rest of the season looking ahead with this injury.
Yeah, and it's nothing that, I mean, it's not like it's an injury that you can diagnose. It's not a broken hand.
Nope.
So you just have no idea. Like, this is something he said. It just randomly started to bother him after we thought, hey, you had all this offseason of letting that wrist rest that bothered you last year. How did this thing come back again? He said it just randomly came back. So, yeah, you have all the right to be concerned and no way to taper that, because there is no real way to kind of fix this.
Yeah, the doctors can't do anything. He's been cleared. I mean, there's nothing really else you can do. I guess just manage the pain or just, go through it, I guess. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2, we're going to stay with Bryce, Mike, because you put out a poll regarding Bryce Harper with him being back and everything. All right, in a big moment of a game, you need a hit to win the game. Which Phillies hit do you want at bat is the question that you put out on 97.3 ESPN on X. And right now, it's Harper or Schwarber. 53% going Harper, 47% going Kyle Schwarber. I am stunned that it's this close. I'm a Schwarber guy, but you got to go Harper. You have to go Harper. And by the way, because you put this poll out, it got me thinking. I went back, did a little research. I went on Fangraphs. There was an article from August 7th in 2024, kind of talking about this exact situation, especially regarding Bryce Harper, as of not counting last year's postseason, but up to 2024 in August in high leverage situations in the regular season. Bryce Harper has hit 299 in those high leverage spots. And what are those high leverage spots? You may ask. In those spots, it's bottom of the ninth, tie game, runner on second, 2 outs, batter at the plate. So there has been analytics done. I know everyone hates analytics, but these are cool analytics to look at some of the deeper dives into what situations players are better at. And Bryce Harper, according to the advanced metrics, in these type of situations, the eye test tells you as well, he is the guy you want up in those spots, no doubt.
Listen, we talked about this earlier. The RBIs in the playoffs. Schwarber has played in 69 games to Harper's, I think it was 52 games.
I believe so, somewhere around there.
Harper has 34 RBI. Schwarber has 34 RBI. This isn't a knock on Schwarber. It's that Harper's come up big in big moments, and he has proven, now both of them haven't had their issues. When the Phillies have gone bad in the Arizona series and, some of these series where they've lost, those guys have not come through. But in the Padres series and the Braves and other times, Bryce Harper has had some big moments for this team. And, the one thing for both of these guys is the fact that they have a flair for the dramatics. I mean, Schwarber can hit one a country mile. Harper can hit one both, opposite field at any time. They're both have the knack for these big moments, but Harper's been the guy who has more memorable big moments during his time with the Phillies. So I think so far the voting going that direction kind of makes sense, because it's not to say that Schwarber hasn't had big moments, but they don't stick out like the Harper ones.
Yeah, I think Harper I'd prefer in those spots. I mean, you can't go wrong with either one. I mean, Schwarber, I'd probably want that spot too. I mean, I don't mind Schwarber in a big spot either, but if I had to choose between the two, I'm going Harper every single time, because, I mean, he's the guy who's come up with the big hits and the big moments, especially for the Phillies. I mean, I was at the game 5 of the NLCS 2022 to send them to the World Series, Bedlam at the Bank. Easy. I mean, that's one of the biggest hits in Philadelphia Phillies history, if not the biggest hit in Philadelphia Phillies history. So, I mean, you got to go Harper. The flair for the dramatic. You signed him for a reason to that big contract. He is the face of the franchise. That is who I want up every single time. And by the way, didn't we do a discussion? Do we do Harper or Judge before? I think on Nuggets before. Who would rather have? I'm taking Harper any day of the week, Mike.
I don't know about any day of the week on that, although Judge's numbers have not been. Somebody said that. I think I saw this today, that Judge has as many home runs as Harper does in 4 less seasons.
It's crazy. He's been a great regular season player. He's an all-timer. He's having an all-time season this year. But in the postseason, he's come up small. And that's when it matters most. And Harper's come up big. Both still don't have a ring, but Harper has that one that sent the Phillies to the World Series. That's a memorable moment. I want Harper up in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't go wrong with any of these guys, to be honest with you. You know, there was a time where, people talk about Barry Bonds in the playoffs, and his numbers in the playoffs weren't great. It took, people looked at it. You don't want Barry Bonds to hit in the playoffs because he hadn't. I mean, that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. But, he has struggled, Judge has, in the postseason in those big moments. I would probably want, if I had to choose between one of them, it's tough because you can take any of them. Schwarber, Judge, Harper. I think Harper, though, clutch gene, I'd rather have him at the top of the list in that big spot when I need a base hit to tie the game, take the lead in that moment. And I think Harper, he just has a knack for being in the moment.
No doubt about it. Yeah, he has definitely proven in big moments that, and I think that Padre one is the one that really stands out and has put him on the map.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3.
That one, and by the way, the Braves series where he hit the one and he's staring down Arcia, at shortstop. That one too.
Hanging in my office, Mike. That photo. That's an all-time photo right there. The stare down. You love Arcia. What is he on the Rockies now?
Here's one thing I'm looking forward to though. Schwarber has never had the protection of a Bryce Harper behind him.
No.
What will that do for Schwarber now as a hitter, where the pitcher's going to have to throw to Schwarber because Harper's on deck?
Yeah. Oh, it's great. It's great when you have those two. I just wish someone else on the team could be a nice protection for one of those guys. It'd be awesome instead of those guys always having to flip or something along those lines. Because you have Schwarber's batting second tonight, correct?
Schwarber's hitting 2, Harper's hitting 3.
Ooh, that's fantastic. You let Turner, Schwarber, Harper. Oh, man. I mean, there's no reason. There's no reason to lose a baseball game with those 3 in your top 3-year lineup. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3. Speaking of 3, WNBA, Mike, coming to Philadelphia in 2030. There were 3 cities announced today that will be joining the WNBA over the next 5 years, which is incredible. I mean, this has been something a lot of people have wanted for a long time. And now Philadelphia finally gets its team. So Cleveland will get a team in 2028, Detroit in 2029, and Philadelphia in 2030. It will be owned by Josh Harris when they come in 2030. Mike, what did you make of this breaking news today?
I mean, listen, obviously women's sports in general are growing and growing and growing. The WNBA, it's an interesting, if you really wanted to get into the weeds on the conversation, Caitlin Clark is probably one of the most dynamic viewership athletes in the world. I mean, she draws. The rest of the league is not drawing nearly as well. The attendance in games where she does not play. So it's very interesting. That's 5 years from now. I think Philadelphia deserves to have a team. If you're going to have a real league, a real competitive league with, 20, 25, 30 teams in it, Philadelphia has to have a team. The fact that they don't have a team in Philly yet is kind of crazy, but they deserve the team. No question about it. I'm interested to see where that league is 5 years from now with Caitlin Clark. And then if the Paige Beckers and the Wilsons and the rest of this, the last 2 or 3 years, college basketball with Caitlin Clark there has kind of grown. And now that all those players are going to that league, the WNBA, by the time 5 years from now, will that league have grown to a part where, hey, we bet on that league and that bet paid off? Or will it be Caitlin Clark's league and everybody else just living in it? I'm very intrigued by where that goes.
Yeah, I am too. She'll be 28 in 5 years. So 2030, she's 23 right now. She'll be 28 years old in 5 years during the 2030 season. What's also interesting about this, Mike, is that doesn't line up correctly with the stadium plans, right? Like, I think it was 2032, the new stadium for the 76ers and Flyers will be built and done 2030. So I guess they'd at least play a season or two in the Xfinity Mobile Arena, as it's now named, formerly Wells Fargo Center, right, I guess for 2 seasons. I guess that's how it would work. It would kind of be a little early, but they'd go into the new stadium with now 3 home teams, 2 basketball, WNBA, NBA, Flyers. I guess the Wings are still a part of that as well. So a lot of changes coming in the next, 5 to 10 years in the South Philly sports complex, as well as Philly sports just in general.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the city deserved to have a WNBA team.
Yeah,
if that league's expanding, there's no question you can't pass over Philadelphia for that. Now, the big conversation today was, what do you call them? The Liberty would make the most sense, but there was already a team named the Liberty in New York. So what do you call the team?
I know. That's a good question. I mean, gosh, off the top of my head, I don't even know. I mean, maybe people could text in some names, right? 609-403.
I saw somebody mention the Philadelphia Freedom.
That was a soccer team before, wasn't it?
I don't remember, but I know it was an Elton John song.
I think there was like a semi-pro team named the Philadelphia Freedom, if I'm not mistaken. I looked that up real quick. But, yeah, I mean, listen, I think Philadelphia should have gotten a team a long time ago. I don't know why they didn't have a team beforehand. I mean, how do you not have a Philadelphia?
Oh, it could have been nobody. Maybe it could have been the ownership group didn't want it. I mean, we asked the question, like, maybe the Sixers ownership, or they couldn't get someone that wanted the team in that town. I mean, it could be as simple as that. And now Josh Harris might say, okay, the league is growing. I'm now willing to invest in a team.
Okay, I knew who I was thinking of. Philadelphia Freedoms is the world team tennis team that's from Philadelphia. That's still around. I knew there was a team called the Freedom or Freedoms. I mean, that could be something interesting. It's funny. I had a buddy who's a New York Liberty fan. He likes all New York teams. Text me today. He said, oh, now we can go to more games now because there's going to be a team in Philadelphia. So now I can hate on your other Philadelphia team. That's the text I got today from a New York Liberty fan.
I will say this was all over my social media feed today. It was definitely all over my feed.
It's a big deal. I mean, when there's a new team coming to the city, I mean, that's huge, especially a sports town like Philadelphia. What was the last team that we got? Was, I guess, the Union, right? I mean, in a professional league, was it the Union? I guess was the last team that we had come to this area.
No idea. I guess so. I don't know. I mean, what are you counting? What's on the list? I mean, what's like the line of demarcation of that?
Right.
Like, you care? You know what I mean?
Right. I think it. So there it is. Philadelphia getting a WNBA team in 5 years. We'll see how it shakes out. Josh Harris is the owner. I know Comcast Spectacor, they get a minority stake in this team as well. Are we going to be aggravated with the ownership with this team? Who's going to be better in 5 years, the WNBA team or the Sixers?
Good question. Depends on how they do their draft. You know, like hockey, it seems that like Seattle and Vegas, they got into the league in their first years. Vegas won a Stanley Cup like 3 years into their existence. So now the WNBA announced there's going to be like 3 or 4, is it 3 franchises, and they're going to stagger like one the 1 year, one the next year, one the next year. So there's going to be 3 new teams coming in, but I think it's like 2028, 2029, and 2030.
Yeah, it's 2028 Cleveland, 2029 Detroit, 2030 Philadelphia.
Gotcha.
There it is. All right, Mike. 3 pack of nuggets for you today on this Monday afternoon. It's getting gloomy where I'm at right now.
Yeah, the weather's been really weird. Last night, so I live in Egg Harbor Township. I was driving to Ventnor. My house was sunny. I drove down to Fire Road. When I got to Fire Road by where the Walmart is, the roads were wet, soaking wet. And I said, this is kind of weird. It didn't rain at all at my house, which is 5 minutes away. I made a right down the Black Horse Pike. It was absolutely puddles soaked everywhere. Then I crossed over into West Atlantic City, and I was by Atlantic City High School. At Atlantic City High School, it was pouring, absolutely pouring. I got to West End Avenue at Vagabond. I made the right. It was raining up until Busby Village in Chelsea Heights. And then I crossed into Ventnor, and it was no longer raining. It stopped. I got to where I was going. The sun was out. The sun was over top of us, light on half of us, but the other half of us was a black sky, and thunderbolts were coming out of everywhere. It was the most bizarre weather event that I had ever seen. There you go. There's my weather for you. See you later.
See you.
Take it easy. All right, Nick Earnshaw. There's today's Nuggets on the Sports Bash. They're back again tomorrow. Nick's Nuggets each and every day here on the Sports Basher, brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. On a day Bryce Harper's back, it feels cool that Bryce Harper's back. It feels like something different. By the way, Friday, we were live at Ventnor Social. Great turnout, great show, great time. This Wednesday, we will have the Eagles championship trophy out with us again at Yuri's in Wildwood for our Phillies watch party day games. Every Wednesday in the month of July and August, we're going to be at Yuri's waterfront in Wildwood to watch the Phillies, and we'll bring the Birds championship trophy with us on location. Stop out and see us on Wednesday. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Final hour of the show. Hey, join us for a watch party. Phillies and Padres this Wednesday. Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant, Wildwood. We'll have the Birds Championship Trophy. You can get your picture taken. Phillies and Padres. We're live. Yuri's every Wednesday in the month of July and August for Phillies day games. You can catch all the action at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant all summer long with the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Bryce Harper's back. He'll hit third in the lineup tonight as the Phils get Harper back. He was activated from the 10-day injured list to make room for him on the roster. Millville's Buddy Kennedy was designated for assignment. They could try to trade him within the next 5 days. If there's no takers, he clears waivers. If he clears waivers, he can become a free agent or he can return to the Lehigh Valley and play with the Iron Pigs. We'll see what's next for Buddy Kennedy. What's next on the Sports Bash? Ryan Rothstein is back here for Rye or Cy. We'll take a look at all the weekend topics and see which ones we're sighing about today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, busy weekend. NBA draft in the books. Free agency's underway. A lot of things happening over there. The football world's got trades. The Phillies have got returns. Whew, where are we starting?
Yeah, Lions, Tigers, and Bears. Bryce Harper's back, man. That's typically the lead. We could certainly start there. I'll disclaim it with this. Certainly not sighing, if anything, to sigh a relief. Opportunity to go above 500 month of June. I believe the Phils are 13-13 for the month of June right now, so you can certainly transition into July with Harper returning, get over the 500 mark. You're in the lead in that division somehow, despite all the gripes and the growing complaints getting louder and louder. But we can get more into that. But for me, man, I have to start us off after this weekend with our guy, Ranger Suarez. I mean, this dude, his story, I love everything about him. And I sigh at everyone who said, Ranger, it's his last year. Ranger, out of sight, out of mind. All this guy does, Ranger Suarez, is give you a 1.2 ERA. You want him to come out of the bullpen on the biggest stage on planet Earth? Sure, I got you. You want to come out in August and pitch? Sure, I got you. How about April? Sure, I got you. How about December? Sure, I got you. All the guy does is post an ERA sub-2, give you 7 innings, put you in a position to win every single time he takes the mound. He is arguably the most important Philly and the most underappreciated, if not Philly, maybe athlete in this whole entire city, MG. That's where I start with my size.
He's definitely, he is the quintessential guy, right? He doesn't have the velo. He doesn't have the spin rate. He doesn't have everything that everybody tells you have to have. He is the antithesis of what everybody is yearning to find, and he is the best at it. That's what's unbelievable. And it's funny because Ranger Suarez is a guy that, for the most part, it's not just this season. It's his entire career. Where did this guy come from? How did they find him? Where did they get him? No one really knows how the Phillies even obtained this guy. And you're like, he wasn't a high draft choice. He wasn't a guy who had a lot of fanfare. He wasn't a big prospect.
That's usually how they come about, though, isn't it? I mean, sometimes it's Harper from 19 on the cover of SI, right? And sometimes it's LeBron, right? We get that. But I feel like so many of these stories and situations, they're out of left field, pun intended. Right? It's the TJ McConnells of the world. It's the guys that have never gotten and handed anything.
Well, he was signed as an international free agent in 2012 from Venezuela. He spent his childhood playing baseball and soccer. He spent most of his time in the outfield and then began pitching at age 15. And the funny part is he started pitching so late, and yet he does something that no one else does. He knows how to pitch. Yeah. So somebody needs to start taking people's money and showing them how to pitch like Ranger Suarez, because the world would be better off with more Ranger Suarez pitchers than the crap that we get from most of these other guys.
Well, you almost just said it right there. Right? Like 15, it's like 40 years old if you're talking about a kid nowadays who's getting the ball at 10 years old, 9 years old, and you're a pitcher, dude. You're not doing anything else. But 15's still young as heck, and guess what? you're not getting brainwashed with you got to reach 100, you got to reach 99. Like it's just all it's great. Are you a gamer? Can you get the guy out? Do you understand the game of baseball? Like in Rangers, just all the above, dude. I feel like. Do you think it's fair that the fans? I'm not trying to call out the fan base. I'm guilty maybe of it too a little bit. We underappreciate him. I mean, pull up his numbers for any game, playoffs, regular season. He's just unreal.
Yeah, listen. I think he's underappreciated for all the things we just said. He's underappreciated because his skill set isn't one that's appreciated by the baseball world today. The baseball world appreciates you when you throw hard. Your spin rate is this. They don't appreciate you when you are crafty and you know how to pitch. It's almost like you're looked down upon that you're the guy that knows how to pitch. It's like, how dare you know how to pitch? You don't need to know how to pitch. Just go out there and bluff your way through it. Throw 98 miles an hour with no idea where the pitch is going to end up, and you'll get applauded for that.
No, for sure. He just feels like a Philly guy. He feels like for everything that you just said, and it's true, you're right. It just feels like for Philly, that would make us fall in love with him even. Like he's not throwing 100. He's not.
Yeah, but I think people
guy.
do
He's not
like
sexy.
I think that Philly fans do like. I think that he is like. I don't want to say secretly, but like, people like they love this guy. Like, but you're right. He's not like.
But when we started the year without him this year, it was. I mean, if we did a poll, I wish I saved all the tweets and stuff that I was scrolling through. Like everyone was just like, who cares about Ranger Suarez? And it's like the dude's the best guy on the team, and it's like we're like, well, screw him. We got Wheeler, we got Nola, we got Luzardo. It don't matter. We got Sanchez. And it's like, yeah, we have talent, but I'll take Ranger over any of them. I'll take Ranger over any of them any day that ends in Y.
All right, I asked this question. I asked this question back in the 2:00 hour, and actually Paul from Millville just texted it in. He said you can only keep one, Ranger or Schwarber.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that's for me. It's got to be Schwarber, and it sucks because I love Ranger, but you can't be completely jaded. I mean, the pitching staff is extremely deep, so you need Schwarber. I think his value compared to the Suarez is immense.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, though, that Suarez, I don't want to say that he's
Suarez. You know?
I don't feel like people don't like Suarez. I think people, man, it's like,
I just don't think he's appreciated enough. It's not, I'm not saying everyone hates his face. It's just like, I look at him as like, this guy should be an all-time Philly athlete. Great. Maybe I'm just biased because I like him that much, but I just, don't you feel like he has that potential though?
An all-time, I mean, I wouldn't go there. I mean, he would be, to me.
Not just off talent, like just because Philly has weird, legacies and connections with certain athletes throughout the history.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not fair to say this because he doesn't have a championship, but he's almost like Jalen Hurts, where he doesn't have the greatest arm. He doesn't have the best accuracy. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that. The lists go out, and he's not in the top 10, but he's a winner. All he does is win.
You know who I compare Ranger Suarez to? Jalen's a good one, but here's a better one, I think. Devontae Smith. Even though his talent is way better for his position, but Devontae gets over, I think, looked so much.
Yeah, because of A.J. Brown being on the other side.
Right. Same thing with Wheeler and the staff.
That's a fair one to say. You've got A.J. the star, and you've got Smith over here who doesn't get the pub because of A.J.
Right, and sort of same thing with Ranger in the shadow of Nola. I guess Nola, but more so Wheeler and Sanchez this year, Luzardo.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's funny because Suarez, now last year he got off to this unbelievable start to the season, and then he gets hurt, and then he was just kind of like non-distinct the rest of the way. So He kind of was like out of sight, out of mind for a while there. This year he started the season hurt. He wasn't ready to start the year, and then he's been unbelievable. Yeah, he is an odd one because he is so he doesn't have the intangibles that you're looking for in today's pitcher.
Yeah, he's not a highlight reel for today's pitcher. He's very Greg Maddux-esque, I guess we can say. But I don't know. I've been enjoying the ride, man. We can put a bow on the Rangers Suarez convo, I guess, with that, dude. It's just since May 10th, I think we saw those stats have just been absolutely absurd. They've been unreal.
No doubt. And listen, I think he's a very important piece to this too. They need him, and the question is, they need him, but in what role?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's almost impossible to say right now, but I would lean at the moment. I would lean in the bullpen just because he's the one guy that's done it. He's the one guy that can do it, right? And we have all these starters that haven't come out of the bullpen in the NLCS to get a team to the World Series, right? Ranger has.
Well, the bigger need right now is they need bullpen help. But what's more important in the big picture, to have a starting pitcher with success or to have a guy to pitch one inning potentially? I don't know.
I would say right now, based off of how the Phillies are constructed, it has to be the bullpen. We need a bullpen help, right?
Need the bullpen help, absolutely.
We
but
have no one.
If you have a starting pitcher who can basically do what he did yesterday, give up one run in 7 innings, I mean, you got to feel pretty good about winning that game.
If it's let's say it's not Ranger to the bullpen. I mean, who are you putting back there?
Well, we were talking about this with McGarry earlier, and it's Dave Dombrowski said on a podcast recently that he would consider putting 2 of his starting pitchers into the bullpen. He said, look, listen, when you get to the playoffs, 2 of those guys are not going to make starts, so we can move them to the bullpen. It's really the first time we've kind of heard him open up and say that, and he said 2 guys will go there. Which of those 2? That we don't know, but here is what Dave Dombrowski said based on the fact that you only need 3 starting pitchers. Take a listen.
First of all, you never have enough pitching, as we know, because boom, you blink and somebody's hurt and you don't have enough. But you never have enough. But taking that we have more than 5. Well, the postseason bullpen is a lot different than the regular season bullpen because you advance past the wild card round, the 3 games. Well, you play 5 games. Well, the way the schedule is, you only need 3 starting pitchers during that time period. So if you have 5, 2 of them can go into the bullpen as it is there. Plus, if you have additional ones, they can go into the bullpen there.
Right. So 2 of them can go into the bullpen. Who are those 2? That would be the question. So you have 3 lefties in your starting rotation. So I would imagine that at least one of those, if not 2, are the guys that go to the bullpen. Is it Suarez and Sanchez? Is it Sanchez and Luzardo? I don't know.
It has to be right now Luzardo, right? And we can't trust giving Luzardo the ball to trot out there in a divisional series.
I mean, think about this comment. It's got to be Luzardo, right? If you said that on April 30th, they'd be like, you're out of your mind, dude. This guy's amazing.
It's crazy. I know. It's nuts, isn't it? I mean, any guy we say, it's sort of insanity.
Well, and I think that's why you have to kind of let it evolve and just see, like, hey, you need the whole 162. You need the whole resume to find out and figure out who's the most deserving.
Do we think, am I possibly about to give Dombrowski too much credit, MG, but do we think that this was maybe his plan all along? Like, listen, I want to load up on starters, and worst comes to worst, I can use them in playoff situations out of the pen because of that depth.
I would say that's giving him too much credit, but then I would also say he did this in 2018. That was the whole thing in 2018. He had, that Red Sox bullpen, and he put guys back in the bullpen, and that's what he did there. And they ended up winning they had Chris Sale, and he put him in the bullpen, and they had David Price. They used him out of the bullpen. I mean, he's done this to win a World Series before. So, yeah, I mean, maybe did he think about this? Possible, but I don't know. I mean, the difference really is here. David Price had done it before, right? David Price had done this before where when he was a young player, I think with Tampa Bay, he was a young kid back then. They moved him to the bullpen just to try to deploy him and get, to find ways to get him out there. In this situation, Which of these guys? None of them have really. Ranger, and we act like Ranger has all this bullpen experience. He pitched like 2 games out of the bullpen back
he
then.
doesn't. Yeah, it's just 2 more games than everyone else, right? But
Well, Christopher Sanchez did pitch a little bit out of the bullpen back when he first got here, but not a whole heck of a lot. And it's been a while.
Yeah, and no playoff significance.
No
Right.
playoffs.
Yeah. So I don't know if that matters or doesn't matter, because I think Dombrowski brought up the very true point, which is it's just so much different in the playoffs with the bullpen. So that could maybe help guys that have been traditional starters. I don't know.
It's not. You ask people, what do you feel more comfortable? And they generally will say one or the other, right? It's like some of these people are like, I don't like pitching out of the bullpen. They just aren't used to it, because some of these guys, man, their pitchers are kooky, man. They have like all of these routines, and some guys need like 30 minutes to get warmed up. They have like, I watch these kids now. I mean, dude, they're using like stretching bands off the dugout, and like they're doing it for like 25 minutes. I'm like, dude, you've been warming up for 25 minutes before you've even thrown a pitch. Well, I got to do my bands.
Yeah, they don't even know what they're doing with the band. I would have used the bands for water balloons. That's what I would have done.
They don't even know what the bands are doing. They're just doing this with the bands, and they're going back and forth. I'm like, you don't even know what you're doing. You're like the kid who's never stealing a base and has a sliding mitt on.
Oh, my God. I hate the sliding mitt. If you want me to say something, I hate the sliding mitts, dude. I could not stand them.
I can't imagine there's anybody out there that says,
hey,
you know what's a good luck?
Sure.
It's a sliding mitt. But, that's the thing. It's like you got these guys now, literally, they're walking around. You say to the pitcher, hey, go loosen up. You're going to warm up. Well, I need my bands.
Well, that's why Ranger's so special, dude, because Ranger has that old school, give me the ball, bro. You want me to come out and close the game? I got you. You want me to come start? He has that old school mentality, not that I need bands for 33 minutes to warm up,
Right, and most people don't even know what the bands are even doing.
I don't think the players know what they're doing.
That's what I'm saying, is like they don't even know what the heck the bands are for.
Yeah.
So, but that's my point is, some of these guys, like that's their routine. I do the bands, and then I do this, and then I do that. So I don't have time to do all that if the phone rings, and they're like, hey, I need Sanchez to get warmed up. Hey, Sanchez, get loose. Well, I need my bands. I need 20. Like, you have no idea what some of these starters' routines are versus what the bullpen guys are.
Yeah, it's really insane. It's absolutely insane. Just the whole culture, really in all sports, but especially with baseball. I want to throw a pick one here, hypothetical. It's still involving the Phillies, but I'll throw the Birds in here while we still have a couple minutes. So the Eagles right now at DraftKings Sportsbook in New Jersey, Mike Gill, 11.5 wins is their season win total. The Phillies, if they want to win it all, if they want to bring a parade back down Broad Street, they're probably going to have to get 11 or 12 wins. Wild card 2 wins, divisional 3 wins. Right, it adds up to 12, I think. So which team is going to have more wins? Phillies postseason this year or the Eagles upcoming regular season?
That's a good question. I'd have to imagine the Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see the Phillies as constructed winning the World Series right now. I just don't see it happening. Not this team. Not today. Not on June 30th. No.
How many wins, if you had to say, which I know this is an impossible question, but just entertain me. Are they an NLCS team in your mind? Like, where are they?
Well, the ceiling is they could win the World Series, but I don't think that they're the likely favorite to do that. Can they? Yes. If their pitching is just unbelievable and their offense, with Bryce Harper in the lineup, they average 4.7 runs per game. Yep. With Bryce Harper not in the lineup, they average 4.2 runs per game. It's not all that different. They're averaging 4 runs a game with and without Harper. Can they score 4 runs a game with this pitching and do it for 3 straight weeks? That's your problem. You got to do it for 3 straight weeks. The pitching can't have a bad day. The offense, can have very few bad days. And it goes to what I said this weekend. You won 2 games, but the game that stands out the most is the middle game where you struck out 12 times. And the difference is in the playoff series, you struck out 12 times against Schwellenbach. Well, in a playoff series, the next night, you're probably going to face another guy. And they did yesterday. They saw Strider. Now, they won that game 2-1. But they could easily lose that game 1-0. We could all see that happen.
Yeah, but it's I don't know. I'm almost starting to feel more and more, MG, that baseball is like college basketball and March Madness. Like everything that we're doing and talking about in the summer, it's fun, especially for this stuff. But it doesn't really matter. Like the Dodgers are right behind the Phillies in strikeouts per game this year. Mets are 1 ahead of the Phillies. I looked it up earlier today. Right, so every team is striking out. That's the problem with today's game. Right, so it's like, oh yeah, the Phillies struck out a ton. I agree with you. It's a problem. You're not going to win a World Series. But it's just who's catching fire, right? And the Phillies have the best starting rotation in all of baseball right now. So I feel good about it, I guess.
Well,
is my point.
they have one of the best starting rotations in baseball. The Dodgers have one of the worst with all the injuries, and they are 53-32. They are a plus 90 run differential, and they've got like 13 pitchers on the injured list. So the Dodgers right now are just head and shoulders above everybody. By the way, this guy Ohtani is now pitching as well, and he's throwing 102 miles an hour. He looks pretty good. They have a bunch of guys who are hurt and haven't pitched like at all this season. The kid Sasaki that they signed, he hasn't really pitched. They've got Glass now, who hasn't pitched all that much. I mean, the Dodgers are better than everybody right now, and they're not even healthy. Then you got the Cubs, who are a plus 104 in the run differential. The Phillies are a plus 46 in that department, which means there's too many nights where they are right on the precipice. And if you face better pitching night in and night out, which is what happens come playoff time, that plus 46 might come back and get you.
No, I'm with you. I would say this. I remember a while ago we brought up Harper, and we said, hey, is the answer already on this roster? Is the answer that simple? Right? And if Bryce Harper can just absolutely go bonkers and be an MVP of the entire league, you know, obviously you feel a whole heck of a lot better too. Like he has the potential to carry a team is my point.
He does. And listen, getting him back obviously it pushes everybody down one. And we were talking about this earlier. It's amazing in baseball how one guy changes the complexion of the whole lineup, how it just feels so much different when you have Bohm hitting 4 instead of 3 and Castellanos hitting 5 instead of 4. The whole thing just feels so much different. And then, you know, I think the big next decision will be what happens with this Kepler Kemp left field, because now with Harper back, Kemp really doesn't have a place to play every day. Do you want to just say to Kepler, thanks for playing, and move on from him and just play Kemp every day in left field? Or do you want to just say, Kemp, you're going to play platoon left field with Kepler, or you pass the Kepler thing? Or what's behind door number 3 is you call up Crawford and move Marsh over to left field and have him platoon with Kemp, and you get rid of Kepler.
I would love that option, and I would also love any option that involves kicking Kepler to the curb. My goodness, but what would you do? I like your third option.
Well, I said this earlier. I think the Phillies will try to use Crawford one piece or someone to be a bat in the outfield. They'll use Crawford for that. If they can't get a deal that they like, they'll just call Crawford up, cut Kepler, and move Marsh to left field. And I think that's what will happen after the deadline if they can't get a deal that they feel comfortable with in exchange for Crawford.
Yeah. And you never know what other injury is on the horizon. Hopefully none, but you got to keep all those guys sort of in place, ready to go.
All right, we got another segment left to go here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. That is a Phillies lineup tonight. We'll get that for you on the other side. More Sports Bash on the way. Don't forget, Wednesday, we're live at Yuri's. Watch party with the Phils. Phils have an afternoon game. We're going to go down to Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant and watch the game. If you want to watch the Phillies with us, come on down and watch the Phils and get your picture taken with the Birds Championship Trophy. We'll have Mr. Lombardi with us. We had a huge amount of people show up on Friday at Ventnor Social. I mean, I think I asked intern Gina, how many pictures did you take of people there? She's like, I think I took about 150 pictures of people just coming in, getting their picture taken, walking back in, having a drink, hanging out, walking off the street. You just saw the trophy sitting there, and you're like, can I get my picture taken? Well, we're going to have it in Wildwood at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant, and it's a Phillies watch party every Wednesday in the month of July and August. You want to watch the Phillies day games with us? Make an appointment this Wednesday and every Wednesday when the Phillies play an afternoon game. We're at Yuri's Waterfront Restaurant in Wildwood. All right, 532 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We've got Phils tonight. We talked a lot of Phils today. Friday we were live on location at Ventnor Social. Had a blast over there. We're going to be there a couple more times. We'll give you the dates. That place was awesome, by the way. Did you see the mural that they had with the Barkley with all the football and baseball and basketball and soccer? I mean, in different cards.
Well, I had to look at the pictures because you guys talked about it so many times. I was like, I gotta look at this thing. If Mike Gill keeps bringing it up.
Well, I mean, you saw
Mike Gill is very unimpressed by anything.
Yeah, you got to really win me over to. That was an awesome mural. It was really, really cool there. We have it on our social medias on the Instagram and all that stuff. You could check out the pictures. But we're going to be at Ventnor Social a couple more times. I think 3 more times. July, August, September. We have one Friday each month that we'll be checking that out. But because it was so busy over there, I mean, it was just packed, like pretty much the whole show. We missed the Friday 5. So we'll do it right now. Because it's a short week. We have no Friday this week either for the July, so we're going to have to do another Friday 5. This is week 8 of the NFL.
What a shame. We get to talk more football. Let's go.
Week 8 of the NFL. This is the Friday 5. 5 best games of week 8 outside the Eagles game that I have the most interest in. We'll do them now. And then in week 8 of the NFL season, we'll see if these 5 week 8 games are still the 5 best games. That's how it works. You ready for the week 8, Friday 5?
CC, very intrigued.
On a Monday. Number 5, Bears-Ravens. I'm kind of high on the Bears, and most people are, and I'm not even a big Caleb Williams fan.
No, but you're a Ben Johnson guy.
Ben Johnson, but I like what they did. They got offensive linemen. They built the team a smart way. They did last year. What did they do? They went out and got skill players.
Right.
Keenan Allen, DeAndre Swift,
DJ Moore.
And they neglected the line. This year, they went and got the offensive play caller and then said, you know what? Forget the skill players. Let's go get an offensive line. I like that move. Ravens, Bears, number 5.
All right.
Number 4, Niners, Houston.
This should be a fun game.
Should be a good game. Mosher brought up the Niners earlier about maybe people overlooking them a little bit. Are they back this year? Are they an NFC power again? Houston, can they bounce back? People thought they were going to be like a Super Bowl contender last year.
And remember, they had a ton of injuries at Houston last year.
On the offensive line.
Well, also their receivers. Remember, like half their receivers got injured.
That's true. Number 3, Dallas, Denver. Dallas, obviously NFC East. Denver, scrappy team. Playoff team. I think in year 2 of now, 3 of Sean Payton. He's got his quarterback. Just 2 or 3?
2.
Well, he's got his quarterback.
He's got his quarterback.
So, very intrigued to see if Dallas can beat Denver. And if that's week 8, this could be a big game for both those teams. They're going to probably be
in Denver.
In Denver. Number 2. Good schedule this week, by the way. I actually have a wild card game that I'm trying to see if it's better than one of my 5. Packers-Steelers. Aaron Rodgers against the Packers, Sunday Night Football. Packers, one of the top NFC contenders according to the Vegas odds. Steelers make the trade today. They get Jalen Ramsey for Minkah Fitzpatrick. They traded him back to Dolphins.
Yeah, how'd that happen? By the way, they also got Smith at tight end as well.
Jonnu Smith.
Remember, Jonnu Smith was with Arthur Smith, the offense coordinator in Tennessee. So there's some familiarity there with the offense.
Number 1, Washington, Kansas City, Monday Night Football. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN. Are the Commanders for real? They'll get the stiffest test outside of the Eagles that they can find by playing the Chiefs on a Monday night.
In Kansas City, by the way. It's not in Washington. This is going to Arrowhead for Jaden Daniels and those Commanders.
They are my Friday 5 best games. Now, Minnesota and the Chargers did not make my Friday 5. That's the Thursday night game that week. Would you put that in the 5?
I would have considered putting it in there. I'm not sure who I would take out, though. I'm kind of looking at
I considered it.
I mean, maybe you swap Ravens, Bears with Vikings, Chargers, maybe.
No, I'm not doing it. The Ravens are the best team of all those teams.
Yeah, but it's not always about who the best team is. Sometimes it's also about the matchup.
Well, I like the matchups. I'm saying, so if all the matchups being considered, I like both matchups, but I like the Ravens as the best team of those four. So I'll stick with those. I'm more intrigued by the Bears than I am Minnesota. And the Chargers are much like they made the playoffs last year. So did Minnesota, by the way. So you had two playoff teams. All those games are good. You got 6 good games that week. Who do the Eagles play that week?
Eagles play the Giants.
Yeah, it's a mad game.
It's a 1 o'clock game. Get the game in, get it done with. Football.
Yeah, what's the 4 o'clock game in this group here?
I'll read you them off. Give me 1 sec here. I'll buy with the buys that week. It's one of the bye weeks, Mike. Cardinals, Lions, Jags, Raiders, Rams, Seahawks.
Yeah, you lose the Seahawks, Rams, and Lions. That's 3 pretty good teams, and you still have a good schedule.
So here's your 4 o'clock slate. 4:05 on Fox is Bucks, Saints. 4:25 on CBS is the Cowboys-Broncos game you picked. 4:25 on the alternate CBS feed is going to be Titans-Colts.
Okay, well, that's my Friday 5 for Week 8. We'll do Week 9 later on in the week because we're off on Friday for 4th of July. So
what is this, happy hour Thursday?
Maybe Wednesday, since we'll be at Yuri's.
Oh, there you go. Happy hour Wednesday.
Yeah. Hey, well, guess what? When we do the Friday 5 this week, which will be on whatever day of the week we do it, we're going to be at Week 9. That means we're getting close. We're going to be more than halfway to the end here. That's unbelievable. Mosher said it earlier. 3 weeks to the start of Eagles training camp. 3.
Yeah, Mosher's not happy. He wants more summertime.
Yeah, I could do without the summertime. It's been a miserable summer. It's been like weirdly raining and hot and meh and meh and bleh.
I'm just glad I finally
I don't know what I
color.
just said there, but it just hasn't been. I went to Wawa last night. This is the sign. This is the sure sign that summer has now started and needs to end.
Uh-oh.
I went to Wawa last night. It's about 10:30.
Okay.
There must have been 40 kids in there.
Oh, no.
It's 10:30 on Sunday night. You're hanging out at Wawa. Go home. Find a basement, a backyard, a place in the woods, somewhere. Why Wawa? Why would anybody think, I got a great idea. Let's go to Wawa. I said to the poor guy at the cashier, I said, I guess school's out, huh? He looked at me with the most miserable look on his face of like, dude, I got to be here for a couple more hours. I mean, I'm going at 10:30 at night. I'm not thinking at any point of me. Like, one of the reasons I waited till later, because I figured there'd be nobody in there.
Right.
Streets are dead, by the way. Not a car on the road, but about 40 bikes. I walk in there. I said, are you kidding me? What's going on here? I mean, I know in Margate you got Club Wawa. They hang out outside of Wawa. I went inside the Wawa. I'm in like the Northfield Wawa last night. Oh, my gosh. I got news for everybody out there. Probably wait till after 10:30 now to go to the Wawa, your local Wawa establishment. Like, this is like the first day that school's. This is the first week. I think school ended for everybody's done now. There's nobody left.
It's
I think
done?
I think everybody's done. Yeah.
All I know is I got to the beach for the first time this weekend. So
how was it? A lot of people?
Well, actually, it wasn't bad because when I first got there, it was completely insanely mobbed. But then a rainstorm passed through, and then half the beach emptied out. But the rain only lasted for about maybe like 10, 15 minutes. So when the rain was done, clear beach.
By the way, are you working on a story regarding the Futures game?
Yes.
Did you see the update on that story?
About Andrew Painter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He will not pitch in the game.
Yeah, they're resting him for the entire All-Star break, not just for that game. Apparently, he's not going to pitch at all that entire week.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's going to resume his pitching program after the break.
Think he was hanging out at Wawa at 10:30 at night?
I doubt it. He might be doing that. He might be doing that band work you were talking about, though.
I doubt it. No, he probably was. My only question would be this.
Yes.
Number one, if you are a Wawa employee, are you like, dude, you are so right now? Number two.
I can confirm at least one Wawa employee would agree with you 100%.
Okay.
And that'd be my aunt, who's worked at Wawa for 15 years.
Number two, is it just that Wawa, or are all the Wawas now infiltrated by people now only old enough to ride a bike?
Well, when my aunt used to work at the Wawa, she doesn't work there anymore, but she used to work at the Wawa near 12th Street in Ocean City. That was a huge problem for them. The influx
Yeah, but that's also the summertime.
The influx of kids late at night.
Yeah, but that's a summer town. Northfield isn't like a beach town where people are moved down to live in Northfield for the summer.
No, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of nearby towns with kids.
I get that, but Ocean City, I can understand. I'm not questioning Ocean City having an influx of kids this time of the year. Now, I get it. Everybody's out of school. But it's not like you've got your population quadruples. Northfield's population is still pretty much the same. I can't imagine anybody has a beach house in Northfield.
Well, for example, I was at the Wawa in Marmora.
Now, that would be a place.
And that place was dead. When I went in there, I got my drink, I got out.
Yeah.
It was about maybe...
Marmora is a little different, though. It's very spread out.
True.
Yeah. It's like riding your bike around Marmora is probably not quite.
Not recommended. Yeah. A little more... But, hey, guess what? That Wawa in Northfield it's pretty centrally located.
Poll questions up. Where should Bryce Harper hit in the lineup when he returns? The results are in. Final results, 67% say the 3 spot, 33% said the 2 spot. Well, he's in the 3 spot tonight. That's where he's back. He's in the lineup. Now, we asked another poll question at 973 ESPN. Where are we on that one?
Let me pull that one up for you. Just give me 1 sec here.
That was big spot. Who do you want to hit? Schwarber or Harper?
Well, this vote's a little closer than the other one, Mike. As of right now, 51 to 40. Well, it's actually 51.5 to 48.5.
So very close.
Very close. Would you like to guess who is in the lead here? It's either Bryce Harper or Kyle Schwarber.
I got to go Harper.
Harper has 51.5%.
Yeah, I got to go Harper in that one.
Schwarber, 48.5%. Much closer than the other poll, though.
Couple quick thoughts on NBA free agency, which I guess starts in, 15 minutes here?
It's supposed to, but if you ask ESPN, apparently Wimbledon's on right now.
Well, are they doing some sort of special at 6 o'clock,
At 6
maybe?
o'clock, yeah.
Well, it's when free agency begins.
Well, they usually have like a ramp-up before.
Or is it at 7? No, it starts at 6.
6.
So somebody asked me this morning what the Sixers can do. They really have no money. They can't do anything. So this is the interesting part. I'll do this quickly here because Quentin Grimes got the qualifying offer, okay? Quentin Grimes apparently is asking for $25 million a year. Quentin Grimes is not getting $25 million a year. Grimes is asking for $25 million a year. He's hoping that Brooklyn is so enamored with getting him that they would overpay to get him. The Sixers gave him the qualifying offer of about $9 million a year. So is there somebody, he's a restricted free agent, which means somebody could offer Grimes $13 million. The Sixers would then have to match it.
Right.
What is the number that you would go to keep Quentin Grimes?
I mean, the Sixers view him as a starter, right?
I would say right now your starting lineup on opening night would be Maxey, Grimes,
Oubre,
probably Oubre, Paul George,
Embiid.
and Joel Embiid if everybody's healthy. I get that caveat. So, yes, that would basically be what you would be looking at.
I mean, he's got to get at least, I would probably cap it at 15.
Wow, 15. You'd go to $15 million.
Well, because I'm thinking of, he's a starter, right? He's a starter who's going to get, 33 to 36 minutes a night?
Mm-hmm.
So,
maybe less. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you got VJ Edgecombe, you've got Jared McCain, so
Right.
you do have a lot of other options at guard.
okay, well, maybe he's more 30 minutes a night. But still, he's still 30 out of 48 is still a lot of time. And
Yeah.
that guy costs something.
Well, what looked like a fait accompli has now turned into an interesting story, in other words. Okay? That's my point here. Is that now this guy is like, hey, anybody want to pay me $20 million? And then if they're like, no, but I'll give you 18, do the Sixers then have to try to match that? Otherwise, they lose them.
Yeah, 18 is a little much.
All right.
15 is my cap.
Harper's back. Is it too soon, though? We talked about that with Nuggets a little earlier. NBA free agency unofficially is now kind of open for business. We'll keep our eye on that when things happen. But don't expect the Sixers, although they could make a crazy trade. I mean, a lot of people keep pushing this Paul George for Michael Porter Jr. thing.
But when the NBA announced the salary cap, did you see what the number is?
Yeah, it's going up like 7%.
It is now up to $154.64 million.
Yeah, I think the Sixers are hitting that with 3 players.
It's a $14 million increase from last year.
All right, Bet365 play of the day next, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, time now for the Bet365 play of the day. Let's see how we did on Friday with the play of the day and where we are overall. Josh, what we got?
You split the difference on Friday. The Valkyrie did beat the Sky. You got that right. But the Mets got smashed by the Pirates, 9-1.
Yeah, Pirates swept that series, by the way, and all of them were smashed.
Yeah. So you are now 189, 127, and 1 coming out of the weekend.
All right, 3-pack for you tonight. Got the Phils against the Padres. Home favorite for the Phils tonight. Strong home favorite. I'll take the Phils with Zach Wheeler on the mound. Give me the Phils. I also go in Reds tonight. Reds against the Red Sox. Got Reds versus the Red Sox. And we're going to throw in the, what was my last one? Oh, the under tonight in the Rays-A's game. Rays and A's under the total. They're my 3. Got them?
Got it. Who is pitching in the Rays-A's game? Let's find out.
It is Jacob Lopez, who I just picked up for my fantasy team, up against Drew Rasmussen. Over under 8. Take the under.
All right.
I picked up Lopez. I know I need him a big outing tonight for my fantasy team. That is my Bet365 play of the day.
You might be going with all your emotions there.
Yeah, by the way, Wheeler and Waldron, the game for the Phils tonight. And
really good pitching matchup for the Reds and the Red Sox. Burns versus Crochet.
Yeah, Chase Burns and Garrett Crochet.
Couple studs.
Big time. All right, that's it for me. Back tomorrow. Best of the Sports Bash is coming up next. Tomorrow, we get the Phillies mailbag with Frank Close. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow.